10 years of marriage with Cassandra, and I thought we had something solid. We met in college, got married young, built what I believed was a good life together. She works in marketing. I'm in software development. Decent money between us. Her family was always involved, maybe too involved, but I figured that came with marrying into a tight-knit group. Her sisters, Sharon and Bryn, plus her mother, Geraldine, they're constantly in our business. But I dealt with it because I loved Cassandra. What I didn't know was how much they all actually hated me. 3 weeks ago, I was helping Cassandra set up her new iPhone. She'd been complaining about her old one being slow and finally upgraded. While transferring her apps and data, I was logged into her iCloud to make sure everything synced properly. She was in the shower, and her notifications were going crazy on the laptop screen. I figured it was work stuff since she always gets bombarded with messages. But then I saw a WhatsApp notification from a group called Operation Divorce Dan. My name is Dan. I clicked on WhatsApp through the browser, and there it was, a group chat with Cassandra, Sharon, Bryn, and Geraldine. The messages made my blood run cold, but I kept reading because I needed to see exactly what I was dealing with. Sharon had written, "He's so stupid. He actually thinks we're celebrating 10 years. This is going to be perfect." Bryn replied, "I already called the moving company. We can clear his stuff while he's at work Thursday. Everything goes to storage unit 247 on 5th Street. Mom got the key yesterday." Geraldine chimed in, "My lawyer friend has the divorce papers ready. Dan will be served right at the party. He'll be homeless by 6 p.m. Can't wait to see his face." Cassandra had sent a laughing emoji and added, "We should film it for TikTok. Watch this loser get what he deserves. 10 years of pretending to love this pathetic man, and I can finally be free." I screenshot everything. Every single message going back months. They'd been planning this for half a year, timing it perfectly for our anniversary celebration. That I thought we were having this Saturday. The surprise party I believed Cassandra was throwing for us was actually my own eviction and divorce ambush. The messages revealed so much more. They talked about how they'd always seen me as beneath their family. How Cassandra only married me because she was pregnant senior year. Something I never knew since she miscarried early and never mentioned it was the reason for our quick engagement. How they'd been waiting for the right moment to destroy me completely. Sharon mentioned that I was too comfortable and needed to be knocked down a few pegs. Bryn talked about how they wanted me to lose everything so I'd learn my place. Geraldine kept calling me worthless and saying her daughter deserved better than some nobody programmer. They had it all planned out. Cassandra was going to act normal all week, then invite me to what I thought was our anniversary dinner Saturday evening. Instead, I'd walk into a room full of divorce papers and moving boxes, with all of them filming my reaction for social media. They wanted to humiliate me completely. What they don't know is that I've been expecting something like this for a while now. Not this exactly, but I've sensed the coldness, the way they look at me during family gatherings, the whispered conversations that stop when I enter a room. I've been quietly preparing for years, making sure I was financially protected and legally covered if Cassandra ever tried to leave me with nothing. See, I'm not the stupid nobody programmer they think I am. I've been building wealth through investments and side projects they know nothing about. I've got assets in my name only, backup plans they never considered, and connections they're completely unaware of. While they've been plotting for 6 months, I've been strategically positioning myself for 4 years. I've spent the last 3 weeks acting completely normal, while taking screenshots of every new message they send. They keep adding details about their plan, getting more excited about Saturday. Yesterday, Cassandra even asked me what time I wanted to leave for our special dinner. And I could barely keep a straight face knowing what she actually meant. The storage unit they rented? I know exactly where it is. The lawyer Geraldine mentioned? I've already done my research. The moving company Bryn hired? They're going to have some interesting complications tomorrow. Tonight is Friday. Tomorrow at 7 p.m., I'm supposed to walk into my own surprise party. But I've got surprises of my own that they're not going to see coming. I've been planning for this moment longer than they've been planning to destroy me. And by Sunday night, all 3 of these women are going to understand exactly what happens. When you underestimate the wrong person. Update 1. Holy crap, lies unlocked. Yesterday was absolutely insane, and I'm still processing everything that went down. Thanks to everyone who commented on my original post on Lies Unlocked. Some of you called exactly what was going to happen. Saturday mornings started normal enough. Cassandra was acting extra sweet, probably thinking she was being clever. She made me breakfast and kept talking about how excited she was for our special evening. She even brought up specific memories from our wedding, talking about how much she loved me and how she couldn't wait to celebrate 10 amazing years together. The whole time I'm watching her perform this act, knowing exactly what she thinks is going to happen in a few hours. Every smile was fake. Every kiss felt like a betrayal. And every sweet word was just part of her elaborate lie. It took everything I had not to call her out right then and there. Around 2 p.m., she said she needed to run errands to prepare for tonight. She claimed she had to pick up flowers and stop by the restaurant to confirm our reservation. Perfect timing. As soon as she left, I made my first move. See, here's what I didn't mention in my original post. That storage unit they rented? It's in my name. Bryn used my credit card information from when I helped her move last year. She still had my details saved and figured I'd never notice a storage rental charge. Except I monitor every transaction on every account I have, and I've been watching that unit for weeks. What made this even better is that during my 3 weeks of monitoring their chat, I learned they'd been moving my stuff gradually, not all at once, but piece by piece when I was at work. They thought they were being clever, taking things I wouldn't notice right away. My old college textbooks, some tools from the garage, winter clothes I wouldn't need until months from now. They had this whole system worked out. Bryn would text when the coast was clear, Sharon would bring her SUV, and they'd load up whatever they could carry. They documented everything with photos, making lists of what they'd taken and what was left to grab. I drove straight there and cleared it out. Every single box, every piece of furniture they'd already moved. I had my own truck and moved everything to a facility across town that they'll never find. Changed the locks on their unit and prepaid 6 months in my name only. But here's where it gets interesting. I didn't just move my stuff, I replaced it. I filled their storage unit with all the items from my home office that I've been wanting to get rid of for years. Old broken electronics, outdated computer equipment, stacks of useless paperwork. Made it look like someone had definitely been there and cleared out valuable items, leaving behind obvious junk. Then I went home and waited. Cassandra came back around 5 p.m. with Sharon and Bryn. They were all giggly and excited, clearly thinking they were about to pull off the perfect ambush. Geraldine showed up at 6:30 with a manila envelope that I assumed contained the divorce papers. At exactly 7 p.m., Cassandra told me it was time to leave for our anniversary dinner. We got in my car, and she directed me to drive to Sharon's house. When we pulled up, I could see movement through the windows, and I knew this was it. Cassandra said she wanted to stop by quickly to pick something up. The moment we walked through the door, they were all standing there with huge grins on their faces. Geraldine stepped forward with the envelope, and Sharon had her phone out, clearly ready to record. That's when I said the words I'd been practicing for 3 weeks. Before you start filming, you might want to check storage unit 247. The looks on their faces. Cassandra went completely white. Bryn actually dropped her phone. Sharon started asking what I meant, but I could see the panic building. I told them I knew about Operation Divorce Dan. I knew about every single message, every plan, every detail they'd spent months putting together. I pulled out my phone and started reading their own words back to them. The room exploded. Cassandra immediately started screaming that I had invaded her privacy, that I was crazy for spying on her personal conversations. Geraldine demanded to know how I had accessed private family discussions. Sharon kept yelling that I was sick and manipulative. But here's what was beautiful about the whole thing. They couldn't deny what they'd said. Every cruel word, every plan to humiliate me, every insult they'd thrown around for months. It was all right there in black and white. Cassandra tried to claim that it was just venting, that they never actually planned to go through with any of it, except I had screenshots from yesterday showing Bryn confirming the moving truck rental. And Geraldine talking about serving me papers tonight. The argument went on for over an hour, and it got ugly. Bryn kept insisting that I deserved everything they'd planned. Because I was a deadbeat who had been holding Cassandra back for years. She said I was dead weight, that Cassandra could have married someone successful if she hadn't gotten stuck with me. Sharon said I was pathetic and needed to accept that their family had never wanted me around, that they'd been hoping Cassandra would come to her senses for years. But Geraldine, she got really angry. Started telling me that I had no idea who I was messing with, that her family had connections and resources I couldn't imagine, that I'd made a huge mistake thinking I could outsmart them. She kept going on about how they could make my life miserable, how they had ways of destroying people who crossed them. Cassandra was flip-flopping between trying to deny everything and getting furious that I'd violated her privacy. One minute she was claiming the messages were just harmless venting between family members. The next minute she was screaming that I was a controlling freak who had no right to spy on her personal conversations. That's when I told them about the storage unit being cleared out, about how the moving company they had hired was going to show up Monday to an empty space, about how every single part of their perfect plan had already fallen apart. I also mentioned a few other details I'd kept to myself, like how I'd been recording our conversations for the past 2 weeks using an app on my phone, how I'd documented every time Cassandra had lied to my face about her plans, how I'd been building a case showing their conspiracy to defraud me. The screaming match that followed was incredible. Cassandra accused me of stealing from them, even though it was literally my own possessions. Bryn started demanding I tell them where I'd moved everything. Sharon threatened to call the police. Geraldine kept escalating, saying she was going to ruin my career, that she had friends who could make sure I never worked in tech again. She was ranting about how her deceased husband had built a network of powerful people, and how she could destroy me financially and professionally. So I called their bluff. I pulled out my phone and dialed 911 right there in front of them. When the operator answered, I said I wanted to report identity theft and credit card fraud, and that I had documentation showing someone had used my financial information to rent storage space without my permission. They shut up real fast. The police didn't come out since I told the operator I'd resolved the immediate issue. But the point was made, everything they'd done could be turned around on them legally, and they knew it. I left them standing there and drove home. Cassandra rode back in complete silence, probably trying to figure out her next move. When we got inside, she immediately went to our bedroom and slammed the door. I could hear her on the phone with someone, probably one of her sisters, but I couldn't make out the words. About an hour later, she came out and tried a completely different approach. Suddenly, she was apologetic, saying the group chat was just family drama and that she never meant any of it. She claimed her sisters had pressured her into going along with their plan, and that she'd been trying to find a way out of it. She said she loved me and wanted to work things out, that we could go to counseling and fix our marriage. She even suggested we could renew our vows and have a real celebration of our 10 years together. I listened to every word and didn't believe a single one. This woman had spent months planning to humiliate me publicly, had called me pathetic and worthless to her family, had arranged to have me served with divorce papers as entertainment for their social media. But here's the thing, lies unlocked. This was just the opening shot. They think losing their storage access and having their plan exposed is the worst I can do to them. They think Cassandra can sweet-talk her way out of this, and everything will go back to normal. They have no idea what's coming next. See, while they were spending months planning Operation Divorce Dan, I was spending years preparing for something exactly like this. I've got financial strategies they don't know about, legal protections they never considered, and backup plans for situations they can't even imagine. Remember how I mentioned in my first post that I've been building wealth through investments and side projects? Well, there's a lot more to that story. I've been systematically protecting myself from exactly this kind of family manipulation for the past 4 years. Every asset, every account, every legal document has been structured to prevent them from being able to destroy me financially. The storage units, which was just me letting them know I'm not the stupid, helpless victim they thought I was. But the real pressure hasn't even started yet. Monday morning is going to be very interesting for all 3 of these women. Let's just say that Geraldine's threats about having connections and resources are about to be tested in ways she never imagined. Lies unlocked. I promised you that Monday morning would be interesting for these women. That was an understatement. First, let me address some comments from my last update on Lies Unlocked. Yes, I know some of you think I should have just walked away and started fresh. But walking away would have meant letting them keep believing they could destroy people without consequences. These women spent months planning to humiliate me publicly and leave me homeless for their entertainment. Monday started early. Cassandra left for work around 7:30 a.m., still trying to act like everything was normal between us. She even kissed me goodbye and said she hoped we could talk more about fixing our marriage when she got home. I just nodded and told her to have a good day. At 8 a.m. sharp, I made my first move. See, during my 4 years of preparation, I hadn't just been building wealth and protecting assets. I'd been learning everything I could about each member of this family, their jobs, their finances, their dependencies, their pressure points. Information is power, and I'd been collecting it methodically. These women thought they knew everything about me, but they'd never bothered to actually pay attention to what I was capable of. They saw a quiet programmer who didn't make waves at family gatherings, and they assumed that meant I was weak and controllable. Cassandra works for a small marketing firm that handles social media campaigns for local businesses. What she doesn't know is that I've been freelancing web development services to 3 of their biggest clients for the past 2 years. Not through her company, directly with the business owners. At 8 a.m., I sent detailed proposals to all 3 clients, offering to handle their complete digital presence in-house for significantly less than what they're currently paying her company. By 9:15 a.m., I had signed contracts with 2 of them and a verbal commitment from the 3rd. Cassandra's firm just lost 60% of their revenue in 90 minutes. Sharon works as a rental property manager for a company that handles about 40 apartment units across town. What she doesn't realize is that I know her boss, Brandon, from college. We weren't close friends, but we stayed in loose contact through LinkedIn. At 10 a.m., I called Brandon and told him I needed to discuss a serious problem with one of his employees. I explained that Sharon had been using company resources for personal vendettas, specifically using her access to tenant information and management systems to coordinate harassment campaigns against family members. I didn't accuse her of anything illegal, I just laid out the facts. Sharon had used her work computer to research storage facilities for their Operation Divorce Dan. She'd scheduled personal activities during work hours, including the moving truck coordination. She'd even used the company vehicle for some of their stuff-moving trips. Brandon took it very seriously. By noon, Sharon was in a meeting with HR discussing her inappropriate use of company resources and violation of privacy policies. Bryn was next, and she was actually the easiest target. Bryn works part-time at a dental office and depends on weekend catering gigs to make ends meet. She's built up a decent reputation doing small events and parties around town. What makes this perfect is that most of her clients book her through social media recommendations and word-of-mouth referrals. I spent Monday afternoon creating detailed social media posts about my recent anniversary experience. Nothing defamatory, nothing that could get me in legal trouble, just honest accounts of how certain local service providers had disappointed me during what should have been a special celebration. I described how a catering coordinator I'd hired for a family event had been secretly working with relatives to sabotage the occasion. I posted screenshots of her own messages detailing her plans to ruin our celebration. I tagged every local event planning group, wedding venue, and party supply company in town. Posted in all the community Facebook groups where people regularly asked for catering recommendations. By Tuesday morning, Bryn had lost 3 upcoming weekend bookings and received several messages from potential clients saying they decided to go with other caterers. But Geraldine was the main event. Remember how she kept threatening me with her connections and resources? How she claimed her deceased husband had built a network of powerful people who could destroy me financially and professionally. Well, I decided to test those connections. See, Geraldine's husband used to own a small construction business before he passed away 5 years ago. After his death, she kept the business name and licensing active, even though she doesn't actually do construction work anymore. She uses it occasionally for tax purposes and to maintain some business credibility in social settings. What she doesn't know is that maintaining an active business license creates certain legal obligations and reporting requirements. And if you're not actually conducting business operations, there can be complications with licensing boards and regulatory agencies. Tuesday afternoon, I filed formal complaints with the State Contractor Licensing Board and the local business regulatory office. I documented how the business appears to be inactive despite maintaining active licensing, raised questions about potential misrepresentation to regulatory agencies, and requested formal investigations into the business operations. Again, nothing illegal on my part, just a concerned citizen asking legitimate questions about business compliance and proper licensing procedures. But here's where it gets really interesting. By Wednesday morning, all three women were starting to panic. Cassandra came home Tuesday night devastated because her boss had called an emergency meeting about their client losses. Sharon was facing a formal investigation at work and possible termination. Bryn was frantically trying to rebuild her reputation while watching her weekend income disappear. And Geraldine, she'd received official notices from 2 different regulatory agencies, requesting documentation about her business operations and informing her of pending compliance reviews. Wednesday evening, they all showed up at my house together. This time there was no fake sweetness, no pretending everything was fine. They were furious and desperate, and they wanted answers. Cassandra was screaming that I was destroying innocent people's livelihoods over a stupid family disagreement. She kept saying that her coworkers were going to lose their jobs because of my vindictive behavior. Sharon kept demanding that I call Brandon and tell him that everything I'd reported was lies. She was panicking because she needed her job to pay for her car and apartment, and she couldn't afford to be unemployed. Bryn was crying and begging me to take down the social media posts, because she couldn't afford to lose her catering income. She said her rent was due next week, and she was counting on the weekend bookings to make her payment. But Geraldine was different. She wasn't begging or threatening anymore. She was calculating, trying to figure out exactly how much I knew and what I was planning next. She asked me directly what I wanted, what it would take for me to stop. She said they'd learned their lesson and would leave me alone if I would just stop targeting their jobs and businesses. That's when I told them the truth. This wasn't about teaching them a lesson or getting them to leave me alone. This was about showing them exactly what happens when you try to destroy someone who's been preparing for years to defend himself. I told them that everything they'd lost so far was just the beginning, that I'd spent 4 years building the resources and connections to protect myself from exactly what they tried to do to me. And now they were going to experience firsthand what it feels like to have someone systematically dismantle the life you've built. Geraldine asked me what I wanted, what they could do to make this stop. I told her there was nothing they could do. They'd made their choice when they decided to plan Operation Divorce Dan. Now they were going to live with the consequences. That's when she said something that made everything click into place. She told me that I had no idea what I was dealing with, that their family had been handling troublemakers like me for decades, and that I was about to learn why people in this town knew better than to cross them. She said they'd been protecting Cassandra from making mistakes her whole life, and that marrying me had been the biggest mistake she'd ever made. That they'd spent 10 years watching me hold their daughter back from her potential, and they weren't going to let me destroy her future. Finally, I understood why they hated me so much. It wasn't just about thinking I was beneath them. They genuinely believed I was ruining Cassandra's life by existing in it. From their perspective, I was the obstacle preventing their daughter from reaching her full potential. They saw me as dead weight holding her back from the successful husband they thought she deserved. In their minds, Operation Divorce Dan wasn't cruelty, it was an intervention. But understanding their motivation didn't change anything. If anything, it made me more determined to show them exactly how wrong they'd been about who was really in control here. I told them that what they'd experienced so far was just a preview of what real consequences looked like. That every move I'd made had been calculated and deliberate, designed to target the specific things each of them cared about most. Friday morning, they're all going to get a very special delivery that will make everything I've done so far look like practice rounds. Because the thing they still don't understand is that I'm not trying to teach them a lesson or get them to apologize. I'm systematically dismantling the comfortable lives they built while planning to destroy mine. And we're just getting started. Final update. Lies unlocked. This is my final update. What happened over the weekend was exactly what I'd been building toward for 4 years. Friday morning arrived and my promised special delivery was right on schedule. At 9 a.m. sharp, 3 different process servers showed up at 3 different addresses. Cassandra got served at her office, right in front of her coworkers. Sharon at her apartment building where all her neighbors could see. Bryn at the dental office where she works part-time. Geraldine got her delivery at home. The documents were eviction notices, but not the kind you might expect. See, here's what I never told any of them during our 10 years together. That house Cassandra and I live in, the one she thinks we both own? I bought it outright 3 years ago using profits from my side business ventures. Her name was never on the deed, never on the mortgage, never on any of the legal documents. She's been living there as my guest this entire time, completely unaware that she had no legal claim to the property. The eviction notice gave her 30 days to vacate the premises, citing irreconcilable differences and breakdown of the domestic partnership. Completely legal, completely enforceable. But that wasn't all. Sharon's apartment? Turns out the building is owned by a property investment group that I've been doing web development work for over the past 18 months. When I told them about my concerns regarding their property manager's misuse of company resources and potential liability issues, they took it very seriously. Her lease termination notice cited violations of building policies and potential conflicts of interest with the management company. Bryn rents a small house from an elderly couple who live out of state. What she doesn't know is that I've been handling their property management website and online rent collection system for the past year. When I informed them about their tenants' involvement in harassment campaigns and potential reputational damage to their property, they decided not to renew her month-to-month lease. And Geraldine, her situation was the most complicated, but also the most satisfying. The regulatory investigations I triggered had uncovered some interesting discrepancies in her business filings. Nothing criminal, but enough to create serious complications with her property taxes and homeowners insurance. Turns out maintaining an inactive business license while claiming residential property exemptions creates some messy legal gray areas. Her notice wasn't an eviction, it was a foreclosure warning. The complications with her business status had triggered a review of her mortgage terms, and some technical violations gave the bank grounds to call in the loan. By Friday afternoon, all 3 women had called me, not together this time, but separately, each trying a different approach. Cassandra came home crying, begging me to reconsider. She said she'd do anything to fix our marriage, that she'd cut off contact with her family completely if I would just let her stay. She promised to go to counseling, to change everything about herself to make up for the Operation Divorce Dan plan. She even offered to sign a post-nup agreement giving me complete control over our finances. I listened to every word and told her that her 30 days started today. Sharon called me around 6 p.m., absolutely frantic. She said losing her job and her apartment in the same week was going to destroy her financially. She offered to pay me money, to work for me for free, anything to convince me to call off the property managers. She kept saying she had learned her lesson and would never interfere in my life again. I told her that the consequences of her actions were just beginning to unfold. Bryn showed up at my house Saturday morning, sobbing uncontrollably. She said she'd already lost most of her catering clients and now she was going to be homeless, too. She kept asking what she could do to make this stop, what she could offer me to fix the situation. She said she had some savings and would give me every penny if I would just help her keep her rental house. I reminded her that she'd been excited about filming my reaction for TikTok when they thought they were destroying my life. I asked her how it felt to be on the other side of that equation. But Geraldine's response was different. She didn't beg or cry or offer me anything. She came to my house Saturday evening with a cold, calculating look, and told me that I'd made the biggest mistake of my life. She said her family had connections I couldn't imagine, resources I didn't understand, and ways of handling problems that I wasn't prepared for. She said she'd spent the past 2 days making phone calls, and that I was about to learn why people in this town knew better than to cross her family. I asked her how those connections were working out for her foreclosure problem. That's when she finally started to break. She admitted that most of her husband's old business contacts had moved away or retired over the past 5 years. That the powerful network she'd been threatening me with was mostly just memories and old business cards. She said she'd been trying to maintain an image of influence and control to protect her family's reputation, but that the reality was much different. Her husband's death had left her with more debts than assets, and she'd been struggling financially for years while pretending everything was fine. The business license issues weren't just bureaucratic problems. They were the final straw that exposed how precarious her situation really was. By Sunday morning, the reality was setting in for all of them. Cassandra had spent the weekend frantically calling family members and friends trying to find somewhere to stay. But word had gotten around about our marriage problems, and most people didn't want to get involved in what looked like a messy divorce situation. Sharon had been denied for emergency housing assistance because her income loss was too recent to qualify for programs. Her savings account couldn't cover a security deposit and first month's rent on a new place. Bryn had tried to stay with friends, but with her reputation destroyed in the local catering community, she couldn't offer any services in exchange for housing. She'd spent Saturday night in her car in a Walmart parking lot. And Geraldine, the foreclosure timeline was accelerated due to the business compliance issues. She had less than 2 weeks to come up with a substantial payment or find alternative housing. Sunday evening, they all showed up at my house together one final time. This wasn't the angry confrontation from earlier in the week. This was pure desperation. They stood on my doorstep looking exhausted, defeated, and scared. Cassandra had obviously been crying for hours. Sharon kept checking her phone like she was waiting for some miracle call. Bryn looked like she hadn't slept. Geraldine seemed to have aged 10 years in the past week. Cassandra spoke first, saying they were sorry for everything, that they'd never meant for things to go this far, that Operation Divorce Dan was just stupid family drama that got out of hand. Sharon said they realized they'd made a huge mistake, that they'd learned their lesson and would never do anything like this again. Bryn was crying while she talked, saying she was sorry for planning to film my humiliation, that she understood now how cruel and thoughtless it was. Geraldine said they were begging me to show mercy, that they'd all learned their lesson and just wanted a chance to rebuild their lives. I listened to every word, and then I told them exactly what I'd been planning to say for 4 years. I said that everything happening to them was the direct result of choices they'd made. That Operation Divorce Dan wasn't harmless family drama. It was a calculated plan to destroy my life for their entertainment. I reminded them that they'd wanted to film my reaction when I lost my home, my marriage, and my dignity. That they'd been excited about watching me suffer while they celebrated my destruction. I told them that the only difference between their plan and my response was that I'd actually succeeded. They kept begging, offering to do anything, promising to make amends however they could. I told them there was nothing they could offer me that would change the consequences of their actions. That they'd taught me exactly how much their family valued loyalty and respect. And now they were learning what it felt like to be on the receiving end of that lesson. As I closed the door, I could hear them outside discussing where they were going to sleep that night. It's been 3 days since then. I've seen Cassandra's car parked behind the grocery store where she's apparently spending her nights. Sharon has been staying in the parking lot of a 24-hour laundromat. Bryn and Geraldine have been sharing Geraldine's car, moving between different locations to avoid drawing attention from security or police. They've been texting me constantly, calling me, leaving voicemails. All variations of the same message. We're sorry, we didn't mean it. Please. The desperation in their voices grows more obvious with each message. Cassandra sent me a 40-minute voicemail yesterday just crying and apologizing over and over again, but I'm not answering. 4 years ago, when I first sensed their contempt and started preparing for this possibility, I promised myself that if they ever tried to destroy me, I would be ready to destroy them right back. I spent those years building my resources, establishing my connections, and positioning myself to be untouchable. They wanted to watch me lose everything while they laughed and filmed it for social media. Instead, they're sleeping in their cars while I'm living comfortably in my house, with my successful business and my financial security intact. The operation was called Divorce Dan. I guess you could say the operation was a complete success, just not the way they planned. Thanks for following this wild story on Lies Unlocked.
I, 31 male, discovered my fiancée, Harmony, 29, had been running a weekly boyfriend evaluation committee with her mom, Dolores, and sisters Jocelyn, 33, and Tessa, 27, for our entire 3-year relationship. Not just casual girl talk, actual spreadsheets, scoring systems, and improvement plans. Found out during what I thought was a normal Sunday dinner at her parents' place. Harmony was showing Jocelyn something on her phone when Tessa loudly said, "Is that from the PowerPoint about his communication scores?" The table went silent. I asked what PowerPoint. Harmony tried to play it off. "Oh, just something silly we do." But Dolores, who after 3 glasses of wine had zero filter, chimed in, "Silly? We've been tracking your progress for years. You've improved so much from your initial baseline." My initial baseline? Like I was some kind of project car. "What exactly have you been tracking?" I asked. Harmony went pale, but tried to minimize it. "Just, relationship stuff. Goals and things." Tessa, who apparently missed the tension, pulled out her laptop. "Want to see the dashboard? Your intimacy metrics are trending up this quarter." I shit you not. They had a full Google Sheet set up. Tabs for communication, subcategories, emotional availability, active listening, conflict resolution, romance, date planning, spontaneity, gift giving, domestic partnership, chores, cooking, home maintenance, future planning, career ambition, financial goals, parenting potential, physical, hygiene, fitness, bedroom performance. Yes, really. Each category had weekly scores, monthly averages, and action items for improvement. Some highlights from their meeting minutes. Week 12, needs to stop leaving cabinet doors open. Jocelyn suggests maternal trauma. Action, Harmony to model proper cabinet closing. Week 39, finally learned to fold fitted sheets properly. Celebrate small wins. Week 78, still wearing those cargo shorts. Intervention planned. Week 104, propose with grandmother's ring instead of buying new. Discuss financial priorities versus romantic gesture metrics. I sat there reading 3 years of my life being dissected like a lab experiment. The worst part? They had a shared calendar for implementation strategies, times when Harmony would bring up specific issues or try to guide behavioral changes. I couldn't even finish. It's from a place of love. Dolores insisted. "We just want what's best for Harmony. We've done this with all our boyfriends," Jocelyn added, like that made it better. "Tessa's ex scored way lower than you." I looked at Harmony. "My bedroom performance is being reviewed by your mother." She had the audacity to look annoyed at me. "It's not detailed. Just general satisfaction scores." "Oh good, just general satisfaction scores. That makes it fine that your family has a spreadsheet about our sex life." I left. Needed to process this insanity. That night, Harmony texted me 67 times. Everything from "you're overreacting" to "this is how healthy families communicate" to "are you really going to throw away 3 years over this?" Yes, I was. But then I had a better idea. Update 1. So after sleeping on it, barely slept TBH, I decided if Harmony loved transparency and evaluation so much, we should do this properly. I texted her, "You're right. Transparency in relationships is important. I've booked us a couples therapy session for Thursday. Bring your mom and sisters since they're stakeholders in this relationship." She instantly called, sounding relieved. "Oh, thank God. I knew you'd understand once you calm down." Absolutely. Full transparency. The therapist needs the complete picture. She hesitated. We don't need to involve them. But they've been involved for 3 years. They have all that valuable data. Bring the spreadsheets too. Thursday came. I'd specifically found Dr. Reeves, who specialized in family enmeshment and boundary issues. Cost me extra for the extended session, but worth every penny. Harmony showed up with her whole crew. They walked in like they were entering a boardroom. Jocelyn even had a tablet for notes. Dr. Reeves started simple. "So, I understand there's been some family involvement in your relationship." Dolores jumped right in. "We're very close. We believe in supporting each other." "I see. Can you explain the support system? They launched into their whole system, proud as hell. Showed the spreadsheets, explained their weekly meetings, their scoring system. Jocelyn even pulled up a pie chart of my improvement areas. Dr. Reeves took notes, poker face perfect. Then she started asking questions. Harmony, when did this system start? Our second date. Who initiated it? Well, Mom thought dash. So your mother initiated tracking your boyfriend after your second date? When you say it like that, how would you say it? Then to Dolores. Do you track other aspects of your daughter's lives this way? Of course. We track everything. Jobs, friendships, health. And how do your daughters track your life? Silence. You don't track your mother's relationship? Dr. Reeves asked the sisters. That's different, Jocelyn said. Ow, she's the mom. I see. So this is about control rather than mutual support. The atmosphere shifted fast. Dr. Reeves turned to me. How do you feel about your intimate life being discussed in these meetings? Violated, I said simply. That's dramatic, Tessa scoffed. Dr. Reeves looked at her. How would you feel if your boyfriend's father and brothers met weekly to discuss your sexual performance? Tessa's face went red. That's different. Ow. And that's when Tessa cracked. Because she started crying. Because that's what ruined my last relationship. He found out about the spreadsheets and left me. Plot twist I didn't see coming. This happened before? Dr. Reeves asked gently. Jocelyn shifted uncomfortably. Tessa's ex was unreasonable. He called me a psycho. Tessa wailed. So my whole family was invasive and creepy. He blocked all of us. When was this? Dr. Reeves asked. 6 months ago. And you continued the practice with Harmony's relationship. Dolores got defensive. One overreacting man doesn't mean our system is wrong. Actually, Jocelyn said quietly, Brett said something similar when we broke up. And Kevin, Tessa added, still crying. And Jorge, and that guy I dated in college. Dr. Reeves let that hang in the air. Then, so multiple partners have expressed that this system violates their boundaries. Weak men can't handle strong family bonds. Dolores declared, is violating someone's privacy a sign of strength? The session devolved from there. Harmony tried to defend the system, but kept contradicting herself. Dolores went full narcissist, claiming everyone else was too sensitive. Jocelyn admitted she'd been single for 2 years because men kept freaking out about the tracking. Tessa just kept crying about her ex. As we left, Dr. Reeves pulled me aside. You know this isn't normal, right? Oh, I know. Good. Your insurance will get my report if you need it for any future proceedings. Smart woman. Update 2. After the therapy disaster, Harmony went into damage control mode. But instead of apologizing, she doubled down. She showed up at my apartment the next day with a binder. A binder. I've prepared a presentation on why you're overreacting, she announced. I laughed. Couldn't help it. A presentation? She opened to a tab marked Relationship Statistics and started reading. According to our data, you've been 73% happier since implementing our suggested improvements dash. How did you measure my happiness, Harmony? Smile frequency, energy levels, sexual initiation rates dash. You've been tracking when I initiate sex. It's important data. I asked the question I've been dreading. What else have you been tracking that I don't know about? She got defensive. Nothing invasive. Show me your phone. That's private. Oh, now privacy matters? She reluctantly handed it over. I found a WhatsApp group called Operation Optimize Oscar. My name's Oscar, by the way. The messages were something. Dolores, his mother called. Discussed his childhood. Possible abandonment issues. Could explain cabinet door situation. Jocelyn tracked his Instagram likes. Follows 3 female coworkers. Red flag? Harmony, already addressed. He unfollowed them. Tessa, his friend Marcus is single. Bad influence? Should we find Marcus a girlfriend? Harmony, working on it. Setting him up with cousin Rita. They were trying to control my entire social circle. I kept scrolling. Dolores. His credit score went up 12 points. Our financial guidance is working. You've been checking my credit score? Just quarterly, to track progress. How did you even dash? Then I remembered. She'd helped me sign up for a credit monitoring service last year. Said it was for both of us to track our scores before buying a house together. Get out. Oscar, please dash. Get out. She left the binder behind. I went through it that night. They had graphs of my mood patterns correlated with their interventions, a timeline of my career with projection models for my future earning potential, analysis of my family relationships with strategies to improve them, a section titled Genetic Considerations about our future children, meal plans they've been secretly implementing to optimize nutrition, a comparison chart ranking me against her sister's exes. The last page was titled Wedding Performance Metrics with subcategories for proposal execution, engagement period behavior, and projected husband scores. I was done, so incredibly done, but they weren't. The next day, I started getting texts from numbers I didn't recognize. Turns out, Harmony had given my number to her extended family for support. Aunt Linda, heard you're being difficult. Remember, happy wife, happy life. Cousin Rico, bro, just go with it. They did this to me, and now I'm happily married. Uncle Ted, son, letting women guide you is natural. Stop being stubborn. Then Dolores sent me an invoice. An invoice for relationship consulting services totaling $9,873.50 for 3 years of optimization work. I texted back, counter invoice for unauthorized use of my personal data coming soon. She called immediately, screeching about ungrateful men and how I'd never find better than Harmony. Your daughter treats me like a science experiment. She's perfecting you. You should be grateful. I hung up and called my buddy who's a lawyer. He laughed for 5 solid minutes when I showed him everything. Dude, save everything. If they escalate, this is borderline stalking and harassment. Escalate? Oh, they escalated. Update 3. Remember cousin Rico who said he was happily married after going through their system? His wife Martina reached out to me privately. Run, was all her first text said. We met for coffee. Turns out, Rico wasn't happily married. He was completely broken. The tracking never stopped after marriage. It got worse. They track our grocery receipts, our date nights, when we have sex, when we fight. Rico doesn't even notice anymore. He thinks it's normal, Martina explained. I tried to get him to set boundaries, but Dolores convinced him I was being difficult and needed more integration into the family. Why don't you leave? She laughed bitterly. I'm pregnant. And guess who's been tracking my pregnancy? They have a spreadsheet for my weight gain, my symptoms, my prenatal vitamin intake. Dolores texts Rico if I eat anything off plan. Holy shit, this was so much worse than I thought. They're already planning how to track the baby, she continued. Feeding schedules, developmental milestones, sleep optimization. I showed Rico, and he said that's so helpful of them. I showed her my situation. She nodded knowingly. Get out now. Once you marry in, they have you. That night, Harmony showed up with her whole family. No warning, just showed up. Intervention time, Dolores announced, pushing into my apartment. They sat in my living room like they owned it. Jocelyn had a laptop, Tessa had tissues, already crying, and Harmony had the Binder 2.0. We've identified the problem, Dolores started. You have commitment issues stemming from your parents' divorce. My parents have been married for 35 years. My parents aren't divorced. Emotional divorce. We've analyzed their interaction patterns from social media. They've been stalking my parents' Facebook. Jocelyn opened her laptop. We've prepared a treatment plan. With proper intervention, we can resolve your issues in 6 to 8 weeks. The intervention being daily check-ins, bi-weekly family therapy, and you'll move in with mom and dad for observational period. Harmony said like this was totally reasonable. Move in with your parents? Just for a month, so we can monitor your progress properly. I stood up. Everyone out. Now, this hostility is exactly what we're trying to fix. Dolores said, out. They didn't move. Dolores actually said, we're not leaving until you see reason. So I called the cops. 2 officers showed up, and I explained that my ex-fiancée and her family were refusing to leave my apartment. Harmony tried to spin it as a relationship discussion, but when I showed the officers some of the stalking texts and tracking spreadsheets, they quickly sided with me. Ma'am, you need to leave. All of you. This is discrimination against close families. Dolores screeched. This is trespassing. Leave, or we'll arrest you. They left, but Harmony turned at the door. You're making a huge mistake. No one will ever love you like I do. God, I hope not, I replied. The officers stayed while I explained more of the situation. One of them, an older guy, shook his head. Son, file a restraining order. This is going to get worse. He was right. Final update. The next morning, I woke up to 147 notifications. Harmony had gone nuclear on social media. Posted our story in every local Facebook group, her Instagram, even LinkedIn. But she made a crucial mistake. She included screenshots of their tracking spreadsheets as proof of how much she loved me. The comments were not what she expected. Girl, this is psycho behavior. You tracked his bowel movements? The mom reviews your sex life? Jail. This man needs witness protection. Imagine showing your whole ass like this and thinking you're the hero. Her post got screenshotted and went viral on Twitter. Someone titled it Spreadsheet Stalker, and it got 100K retweets in a day. The spreadsheets became a meme. People were making joke templates for tracking their partners with categories like toilet seat position and nostril breathing ratios. But the best part? Harmony's employer saw it. She worked in data analytics. Shocking, right? And they weren't thrilled about her using company software to stalk her boyfriend. She got called into HR. According to a mutual friend, she tried to defend it as practicing data modeling, but when they saw the sexual performance metrics tab, she was suspended pending investigation. Jocelyn, who worked as a therapist, I know right, faced worse. Someone reported her to the licensing board for ethical violations. Turns out, therapists aren't supposed to secretly analyze people without consent. Who knew? Tessa's boutique got review bombed with jokes about whether she tracked customer metrics too. Someone left a review saying, great clothes, but they made me fill out a satisfaction survey about my breathing patterns. Dolores tried damage control by posting her own defense, calling everyone jealous of their close family bonds, and saying modern society doesn't understand real love and support. Someone found her business page. She's a life coach, because of course she is, and the reviews were brutal. Hired her for life coaching. She asked for my husband's credit score. Charged me extra for not improving my metrics fast enough. Has a spreadsheet for her spreadsheets. Then karma delivered the final blow. Remember Martina, Rico's wife? She served him divorce papers. Used my situation going viral as the push she needed. Posted her own thread about the family's tracking extending into pregnancy and childcare. The baby tracking spreadsheet she shared was insane. They pre-planned the kid's life through college, including projected dating schedules and career paths. Rico tried to defend it, but when he posted the actual spreadsheet to show it was helpful, even his own friends turned on him. His brother commented, "Bro, this is why I stopped visiting." The dominoes kept falling. 3 other exes came forward with their own stories. Someone created a support group called Survivors of Spreadsheet Relationships. Harmony's tracking system got turned into a horror movie pitch on Reddit. A psychologist wrote a viral thread about enmeshment and controlling behavior using them as a case study. Someone made a TikTok series called Reading the Spreadsheet Psycho Updates that got millions of views. Last week, I got a text from an unknown number. It was Harmony's dad, Richard, who'd been notably absent from all this. I'm sorry about everything. I left Dolores. Turns out she had a spreadsheet for me too. 36 years of data. I never knew. Getting divorced. You dodged a bullet, son. I felt bad for him until he added, any chance you'd talk to Harmony? She's really struggling. Blocked. Harmony tried one last time to reach out through a mutual friend. The message, can you at least return the engagement ring? It's a family heirloom. I responded, according to my records, you scored a 6 out of 10 for a romantic gesture and suggested I should have bought new. I'll be keeping my subpar offering. The mutual friend said she screamed so loud the neighbors called the cops. As for me, I'm doing great. Started dating Pam, a normal woman who doesn't have a single spreadsheet about me. I asked. When I told her the story, she said, wait, they tracked your bathroom habits. Then laughed so hard she cried. The only spreadsheet in our relationship is the one we use to split restaurant bills. Life is good when your girlfriend's family doesn't have a PowerPoint about your performance metrics. Oh, and Dr. Reeves? She wrote a paper about the experience, anonymized, of course. It's titled When Love Becomes Data, a case study in pathological relationship quantification. Harmony's family is now literally a textbook example of what not to do in relationships. The best part? Dolores tried to sue Dr. Reeves for violation of privacy. The judge threw out, saying, "You can't claim privacy invasion when you voluntarily brought spreadsheets tracking someone else's private life to a therapy session." Last I heard, Harmony's still single, now tracks her cat's behaviors. Jocelyn lost her therapy license, became a data entry clerk. Tessa's boutique closed. She moved to another state. Dolores's life coaching business tanked. She sells essential oils now. Rico's in therapy learning about boundaries. Martina's happily divorced with full custody. And me? I check under my car for tracking devices as a joke. Pam thinks it's hilarious, and I've never been happier. To anyone reading this, if your partner's family has a spreadsheet about you, run. If they have multiple spreadsheets, change your name and leave the country. Trust me, no amount of optimization is worth being someone's science project. Peace out, Victory Ann. Edit. Stop asking for the spreadsheet templates. They're evidence in Martina's divorce case now. Also, no, I won't share Harmony's social media. Let her live with her choices in peace. Edit 2. For everyone asking, yes.
My fiancé said, "You'll regret it if you ever leave after disrespecting me once again." I said, "We'll see." Then I left in a way she couldn't possibly predict. When reality hit her, she begged for another chance. Original post: I, 29 male, sat in my car outside the restaurant watching through the window as my fiancée Celeste, 27, laughed with her friends. Not just laughing, pointing at her phone. At my text asking where she was. An hour and 40 minutes late to our anniversary dinner. This wasn't new. 3 years together, 1 year engaged, and respect had become optional for her. But tonight was different. My phone buzzed. "Celeste, babe, stop texting. Or being so clingy. Having drinks with the girls, told you this morning maybe I hadn't received any message this morning. Checked 3 times, walked into the restaurant, her table went quiet when they saw me. Hey, you missed our anniversary dinner." Rolling her eyes. "Don't be dramatic, Marcus. We can literally eat any night," her friend Jade, snickering. "Someone's in the doghouse. He'll get over it. He always does." Turning to me. "Babe, you're embarrassing me. Just go home. I'll be there later." Me, "We need to talk. Now." "Oh my God, fine." To her friends, "See what I deal with." Outside, she crossed her arms. "What's your problem? It's just dinner." "It's not just dinner. It's our anniversary. It's you being 2 hours late. It's you laughing about it with your friends. You're being so sensitive. This is why I need space sometimes. You're suffocating." "I'm done, Celeste. This relationship is over." Her whole demeanor changed. Eyes narrowed. "You're not serious." "Completely serious. I'll move my stuff out this weekend." She stepped closer, voice dropping. "You'll regret it if you ever leave. You have no idea what you're throwing away. No one else will put up with you like I do. You'll come crawling back and I might not take you." "We'll see." What's that supposed to mean? It means we'll see. Enjoy your drinks. Left her standing there. She didn't know I'd already made arrangements. See, Celeste lived in my apartment. Not on the lease, just moved in gradually. Paid no rent because she was saving for our future. Her stuff had taken over everything. My gaming setup relegated to a corner. My office turned into her closet. My life compressed to make room for hers. She also didn't know I'd accepted a job offer in another state. Remote position with occasional office visits. Been planning it for weeks as her disrespect escalated. The anniversary dinner was my last attempt to see if anything was worth salvaging. Got my answer. That night, she came home at 3 a.m. Tried to slip into bed like nothing happened. "Celeste?" Whispering. "Babe, you awake? I'm sorry about earlier. Let me make it up to you." Pretended to be asleep. She'd apologize like this sometimes. Just words. No change. Next morning, Friday, she acted like nothing happened. Made breakfast, humming, kissing my cheek. "So what time is our makeup dinner tonight?" Me. "There isn't one. I told you, we're done." Laughing. Come on, don't be like that. I said I was sorry. Me when? Last night. You were asleep but still. Look, I'll make reservations wherever you want. My treat. I'll be packing this weekend. You should find a new place. Her face hardened. You're not dumping me, and I'm not moving. Try to kick me out, I'll make your life hell. You have no idea who you're messing with. Okay? Okay, that's it? Yeah. I need to get to work. She stomped off, slammed the bedroom door, texted my brother, it's time, tomorrow morning. Him, truck's ready, see you at 6 a.m. Celeste spent Friday love bombing, cooked elaborate dinner, wore the dress I bought her last year, kept touching my arm, playing with her hair. Remember our trip last summer? We were so happy, we can have that again. That trip where you spent the entire time on Instagram and complained about the hotel I booked? I was just, I get cranky when I travel, but the good times, right? I'm tired, going to bed. Celeste, it's 9 p.m. Long day tomorrow. She followed me to the bedroom. You're really going to throw away 3 years? Over one dinner? It's not one dinner, it's a pattern. You know that? You'll never find someone like me. That's the point. She slept on the couch. Good. Made things easier. Saturday, 6 a.m. My brother arrived with his truck and 2 friends. I'd packed the essentials during the week. Clothes, electronics, documents, all in my car already. Now for the furniture. We worked fast and quiet, my gaming setup, my desk, my pre-Celeste furniture from storage, everything I'd owned before her colonization. Celeste woke up at 7:30 to voices and movement. Stumbling out in pajamas. Marcus, what are you doing? Me, moving out, like I said. You can't just, this is my home too. It's my apartment, my name on the lease, you're a guest. She tried blocking the door. Stop, we need to talk about this. My brother, ma'am, please move. Don't ma'am me, Marcus, tell them to stop. Me, almost done. You should probably get dressed. She ran back inside, heard her on the phone, yelling. Probably calling her mom or Jade. By 9 a.m., we'd loaded everything. I left the things she'd bought. Her decorations, the furniture she'd picked, looked weird without my stuff balancing it out, like a stage set missing half its props. Now dressed, frantic, where are you even going? You can't afford another place, you need me. Me, I got a new job, different state, start Monday. Her jaw dropped. Different. When were you going to tell me? I wasn't. We're broken up, remember? This is insane. You planned this? While pretending everything was fine? Like when you made plans to skip our anniversary while pretending you cared? She actually stamped her foot. That's different. I just lost track of time. For 2 hours? You're making a huge mistake. When this job doesn't work out, when you're alone in some garbage apartment, don't come crying to me. I won't. Handed her an envelope. Lease ends in 2 months. Landlord's number is in there if you want to take it over. Or find your own place, not my problem anymore. Update 1, 2 weeks later. Holy crap, the entitlement escalated fast. First week at the new job was great. Better pay, cool team, actual respect. Found a nice apartment 20 minutes from the office. Simple, clean, mine. Then Celeste found my LinkedIn. The messages started professional. Hope you're well, been thinking about us. Then desperate, please just talk to me, we can work this out. Then angry, you're a coward, real men don't run away. Blocked her, so she created new profiles. Blocked those too. Called my mom crying. Mom called me. Mom, Marcus, what did you do to that poor girl? Me, broke up with her after she disrespected me for the 1,000th time. She says you abandoned her, left her with nothing. Left her in the apartment she's been living in rent-free for 2 years, so horrible of me. She's heartbroken. She's unemployed and about to lose free housing. Different thing. Yeah, forgot to mention, Celeste quit her job 6 months ago to focus on our wedding planning. Except we hadn't set a date or planned anything, she just wanted to be an influencer. Posted outfit of the day photos that got 47 likes. The real escalation came when she realized I wasn't coming back. Got a call from my old apartment complex. Landlord, Mr. Thompson, your ex-girlfriend is causing problems. Me, how so? Landlord, she's telling people you still live here, had food delivered under your name. When the delivery guy asked for you, she claimed you were in the shower. That's weird. It's fraud. If it happens again, I'm calling the police. Then came the package notifications. Amazon alerts for orders I didn't make. Checked my account, she still had the password from when she'd order stuff on my Prime. $3,400 in pending orders. Clothes, shoes, makeup, a new laptop, canceled everything. Changed every password. Removed all saved payment methods. She called from Jade's phone an hour later. What did you do? My orders were all canceled. You tried to steal from me. It's not stealing. You owe me for 3 years of my life. For what? Living rent-free? Quitting your job? Disrespecting me constantly? I was building our future. By shopping? You have that fancy new job. You can afford it. Not the point. Don't contact me again. Or what? You'll run away again? Me? Or I'll file a police report for attempted theft and harassment. She hung up. But she wasn't done. Posted on Facebook about her abusive ex who abandoned her homeless and penniless. Tagged mutual friends. Some believed her. Lost a few friendships. Worth it to lose people who'd believe her without asking my side. My brother sent screenshots. She'd posted photos of our apartment, now just hers, looking empty and sad without my stuff. Caption, he took everything and left me with nothing. This is what narcissistic abuse looks like. The comments were wild. Her enabler friends rallying. He never deserved you. Sue him for emotional damage. King behavior leaving a queen. Then someone logical chimed in. Wait, didn't you post last month about skipping his birthday dinner for a party? Celeste deleted that comment real quick. But the best part? Reality was setting in. She had 6 weeks to find a new place. No job, no savings because she spent everything on clothes and drinks with friends. No backup plan because she never thought I'd actually leave. Her mom called me next. Her mom, Marcus, honey, can we talk about Celeste? Me, no. Her mom, she made mistakes, but she loves you. Me, she loves what I provided. There's a difference. Her mom, she's struggling. Can't you help with just a few months' rent? Ask her what happened to the engagement ring I bought her. Silence, because we both knew she'd returned it months ago for cash without telling me. Found out when I tried to check the insurance. Her mom's, she needed money for. Me for what? More drinks with Jade? Another handbag? Her mom, you're being cruel. I'm being done. She wanted me gone. I'm gone. Choices have consequences. Hung up, blocked that number too. Got a notification from my credit monitoring. Someone tried to apply for a credit card in my name. 3 guesses who. Immediately froze my credit, filed a fraud report, saved all the documentation. She was getting desperate, and desperate Celeste was dangerous Celeste. Update 2. 1 month later, the extinction burst was spectacular, like watching a fireworks show of entitlement. Week 3, she figured out I wasn't coming back to save her. Tried a new strategy, mutual friends. Got a text from Aaron, college buddy. Hey man, Celeste reached out, says you guys had a misunderstanding. She seems really sorry. She stole my credit card info and tried to order $3,400 of stuff. That's not a misunderstanding. What? She said you were being financially abusive. By not funding her shopping addiction after we broke up? Bro, she's been hitting up everyone for emergency loans. How much she ask you for? $500. Said you froze her accounts. Hope you didn't give it to her. Almost did. Thanks for the heads up. She went through our entire friend group with sob stories. Different amounts, different emergencies. Told Sarah I'd kicked her out with no notice. Told James I'd stolen her car, she didn't have one. Told Mike I'd emptied our savings. We never had joint accounts. Most saw through it. The ones who didn't? They learned when she couldn't pay them back. Then came the real desperation move. She showed up at my new job. Yeah, she drove 6 hours to ambush me at work. Security called me. Mr. Thompson, there's a woman in the lobby claiming to be your wife, says it's an emergency. Came down to find Celeste in full performance mode. Tears, shaking, the works. Marcus? Thank God, I've been so worried. Me to security, I don't know this woman. What? Marcus, stop playing. Tell them who I am. She's my ex-girlfriend who I haven't spoken to in a month. She has no reason to be here. Security. Ma'am, you need to leave. This is insane. Marcus, I drove all this way. We need to talk. We really don't. She tried to grab my arm. Security stepped between us. You can't hide behind security forever. You owe me a conversation. Me, I owe you nothing. Please escort her out. As they led her away, "You'll regret this. I know where you work now. This isn't over." HR pulled me aside after, explained the situation, showed them the documentation of her harassment. They took it seriously. Her photo went to all security desks. Banned from the property. But she'd found my workplace. That meant she'd find my apartment eventually. Time to be proactive. Filed for a restraining order. Had enough evidence. The attempted credit card fraud. Harassment through multiple phone numbers. The workplace ambush. Threatening messages. Judge granted a temporary order. She'd be served within days. Meanwhile, her apartment deadline approached. Landlord texted me, still had my number as previous tenant. Landlord, your ex is something else. Told me you'd be paying her rent going forward. Me, definitely not. She's not on the lease after next month, right? Nope. Already got new tenants lined up. She's been a nightmare. Noise complaints, late night arguments on the phone, tried to change the locks without permission. Me, sorry, you're dealing with that. She asked if she could stay without paying, said she'd influence for me. I asked how many followers she had. When she said 2,000, I laughed. She called me a boomer who doesn't understand marketing. The best part, she got served the restraining order the same week she got her eviction notice. Jade called from a new number. Jade, you're evil, you know that? Celeste is homeless because of you. She's homeless because she quit her job, spent all her money, and tried to commit fraud. She loved you. She loved my apartment and credit card. She's staying on my couch now. Are you happy? Ecstatic. How long before she wears out that welcome? She's my best friend. Good luck with that. Ask her to chip in for groceries. See how that goes. Jade hung up, but I knew how this would end. Celeste was a terrible houseguest. Give it 2 weeks. I was wrong. It took 10 days. Final update. 2 months later. The complete collapse was almost sad. Almost. Jade lasted 10 days before kicking Celeste out. Apparently Celeste ate all the food without replacing anything, used Jade's makeup and ruined expensive palettes, had loud phone conversations at 3 a.m., invited random Tinder dates over without asking, borrowed Jade's credit card for emergencies, drinks. Jade texted me apologies. I get it now, she's impossible. Celeste bounced from couch to couch. Each friend learned the hard way why I left. The pattern was consistent. Move in, take advantage, get kicked out, play victim, repeat. Then she violated the restraining order, created a fake Instagram to message me, living my best life without you, just signed a modeling contract. Screenshot. Sent to lawyer, back to court. Judge wasn't amused, extended the order and added community service for violation. Celeste threw a tantrum in court. Celeste, this is harassment. He's trying to ruin my life. Ma'am, you're here for violating a restraining order. You contacted him, not the other way around. It was just Instagram, which violates the no contact order, 50 hours community service. Next violation means jail time. She tried representing herself to save money. It showed. The modeling contract, MLM scheme selling weight loss tea. Had to pay $500 up front for starter inventory. Classic Celeste. Eventually, she moved back with her parents 3 states away. Last I heard through the grapevine, working part-time at the mall, living in her childhood bedroom, telling everyone I manipulated the system against her. Still posting about being a boss babe entrepreneur. Parents make her pay rent. Her mom sent one last message before I blocked her too. I hope you're happy. You broke my daughter. No. Celeste broke herself. I just stopped catching her when she fell. Me? Thriving. Love the new job. Made friends who respect boundaries. Started dating someone who actually shows up to dinner plans. Funny how peaceful life gets when you remove toxic people. Sometimes I remember her threat. You'll regret it if you ever leave. She was wrong. My only regret, not leaving sooner. The moral? When someone tells you you'll regret leaving them, that's usually the universe's way of saying run faster. Took me 3 years to listen. But when I finally did, best plot twist of my life. Celeste wanted me to see what I'd miss without her. I did. Absolutely nothing.
My girlfriend called my car accident dealing with a troll while live streaming to 50K people. So this happened 2 nights ago and I'm still trying to process it. I've been with my girlfriend Julia for about 8 months. She's got this whole influencer thing going, not huge, but she pulls decent numbers on her streams, maybe 30K to 50K viewers on a good night. Does lifestyle content gaming, reaction videos, that whole thing. She's always talking about building her brand and how streaming is her future career path. I work nights doing food delivery for DoorDash and Uber Eats. It's not glamorous, but it pays decent and gives me flexibility during the day to work on my graphic design freelancing. I actually met Julia through work, delivered food to her apartment complex a few times, and we started talking. She was sweet at first, seemed genuinely interested in me as a person. But over the past few months, I've noticed she's gotten more and more obsessed with her online presence. Every conversation somehow circles back to viewer counts, engagement rates, what other streamers are doing. She schedules our dates around her streaming schedule, checks her phone constantly when we're together, and has this weird habit of narrating parts of our relationship like she's creating content. Not actually filming, just talking like she's addressing an audience. Tuesday night was absolute hell weather-wise, pouring rain, zero visibility, the whole deal. I'd been out since 7 p.m. doing deliveries, trying to make decent money before the weather got too bad. Around 11 p.m., I was driving back from a delivery in this sketchy part of town when this idiot in a beat-up sedan run a red light and clipped my front end. Not a massive crash, but enough to send me sliding into a guardrail. When I climbed out to check the damage, my right knee caught on some twisted metal from the guardrail. It tore through my jeans and opened up this nasty gash about 3 inches long. I'm talking blood everywhere, soaking through my pants, can barely put weight on it without shooting pain. The other driver didn't even stop to check if I was okay. Just sped off into the rain. Hit and run. I was stuck on the side of this poorly lit road, rain pouring down, no other cars around, bleeding and starting to feel lightheaded. My car was totaled, front end smashed. Wouldn't start. I was scared, in pain, and honestly starting to panic because I could see how bad the cut was and the bleeding wouldn't slow down. First thing I did was calling 911. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely dial, but I got through and explained the situation. The dispatcher kept me on the line, told me an ambulance was coming, but it might take a while because of the weather and my location. The ambulance finally arrived after 20 minutes. Once the paramedics got me stabilized and loaded into the ambulance, one of them, this older guy named Paul, asked if there was anyone I need to call, if anyone was expecting me home tonight or should know what happened. That's when I think of Julia. Of course I want to call her. She's my girlfriend, the person who should care most about whether I'm okay. I called her while we were driving to the hospital. Went straight to voicemail. I tried again immediately, voicemail. I was starting to feel this sick anxiety in my stomach that had nothing to do with my injury. I left her a detailed message explaining what happened, where I was, that I was hurt and bleeding, that I was being taken to the hospital, and asking her to please call me back ASAP. Nothing. Complete silence. I tried calling 2 more times during the ride to the ER. Each time, straight to voicemail. At this point, I was genuinely scared, not just about the injury, but about the fact that the person I'd been dating for 8 months, the person I thought cared about me, was completely unreachable when I need her most. Paul noticed me getting more and more agitated with each failed call attempt. He asked if everything was okay with whoever I was trying to reach. I just shook my head and muttered something about my girlfriend not answering. He gave me this sympathetic look and said sometimes people didn't know how to handle medical emergencies, that it was more common than I think. Then my phone buzzed with a notification. I glanced down expecting maybe it was finally Julia calling back, but instead I saw, Julia is now live on Instagram. I shit you not, this girl was streaming while I was bleeding in an ambulance after calling her 6 times. I showed Paul the notification, and his expression changed. He got this look like he'd seen this kind of thing before and just patted my shoulder without saying anything else. I don't know what came over me, but sitting there watching that live indicator, I decided to test something. Maybe I was just desperate to get through to her somehow. I opened her stream on my phone. She'd gotten like 40,000 people watching, doing her usual Wednesday night chill stream thing. reading chat messages, being all bubbly and energetic. The irony wasn't lost on me. She was live for 40,000 strangers but couldn't answer the phone for her actual boyfriend who was in an emergency. I logged into my regular account that she knows, the same one I use to comment on her streams all the time, the one she's tagged in posts with, the one that says Peter right in the freaking username. I typed one simple message. Can you pick up the phone? I just got into an accident. Want to know what happened next? She read it out loud in that overly dramatic voice she uses when she's performing for her audience, then actually rolled her eyes and went, "Accident? Yeah, right. What kind of troll tries to ruin the vibe with fake trauma stories? Like, we're here trying to have a good time and someone wants to make it all depressing." Then she looked directly into the camera with this exaggerated expression and added, "Chat, can we talk about how weird it is when people try to trauma dump in streams? Like, if you're actually in an accident, maybe call 911 instead of bothering streamers. Mod, can you block this guy? We don't need that energy in here." The chat absolutely exploded with laughing emojis, rip troll messages, and people making jokes about attention seekers. Someone literally donated $5 just to have their message read. "Thanks for keeping the stream positive. No fake drama." My comment disappeared within seconds. I was sitting there, literally getting wheeled into the ER on a gurney, watching my girlfriend of 8 months call my actual emergency a fake trauma story to thousands of people. The paramedic Paul was looking at me with genuine concern, not for my knee, but for the expression on my face. I must have looked completely broken. I ended up needing 8 stitches in my knee. The ER doctor, Dr. Martinez, said I was lucky. If the cut had been just a little deeper or in a slightly different spot, I could have had nerve damage or needed surgery. The whole process took about 4 hours. Cleaning the wound, stitches, tetanus shot, paperwork, waiting for clearance to leave. The entire time I kept checking my phone, thinking maybe she'd finally seen my calls or texts between stream segments, maybe noticed I never came home, maybe wondered why her boyfriend of 8 months had just vanished. Nothing, not a single response. I got home around 4 a.m. exhausted and hurting. Julia still hadn't contacted me, but you know what I did see? Her stream had ended with a "Thanks for 42K viewers tonight, besties. Love you all" post. The next morning I woke up to Instagram stories from her account. She was posting about how grateful she was for her amazing community and how last night's stream was so much fun. One story was a screenshot of viewer numbers with hearts and "blessed" written over it. Still no text asking if I was okay. I'm starting to realize I might have been dating someone who literally doesn't see me as a real person. Like I'm just another viewer in her chat, except I also pay for dinners and give her attention when the cameras are off. Has anyone else dealt with dating someone who's so caught up in their online persona that they forget actual people in their life exist? Because right now I'm sitting here with a messed up knee, looking at missed calls on my phone, wondering how someone can be that disconnected from reality. Edit. Holy shit, this blew up. Reading all your comments, and yeah, you guys are right. This isn't normal behavior. She just texted me after 18 hours. "Hey babe, sorry I missed your calls, was busy with stream stuff. What's up?" I think I know what I need to do. Update 1, guys, I thought the original situation was bad. It got so much worse, and honestly I'm starting to question my own sanity for staying in this relationship as long as I did. So after that text I mentioned in my edit, "Hey babe, sorry I missed your calls, was busy with stream stuff. What's up?" I decided to just tell her straight up what happened. I sent her a long, detailed message explaining the entire accident, the hit and run, the injury, sitting on the side of the road bleeding and scared, the ambulance ride, the hospital, the stitches, everything. I even sent her a photo of my bandaged knee as proof, along with a screenshot of my discharge papers showing the timestamp. Her response came about 2 hours later. "OMG baby, why didn't you call me? I would have gone straight to the hospital if I knew." I literally sat there staring at my phone in disbelief. I screenshotted our entire call log showing 6 missed calls, all timestamped during the accident and ambulance ride, plus the 2 voice messages I'd left explaining exactly what happened. Sent it all to her. Her next message: "Oh, those calls, I was working though. You know, Tuesday nights are my biggest stream nights. I had almost 45K viewers. I can't answer personal calls during work, babe. That would be so unprofessional. Work." She called ignoring her boyfriend's emergency, being professional at work. But it gets worse. So much worse. But here's the kicker, and this is where I probably should have just walked away, but I needed to know exactly who I was dealing with. I told her I saw the stream. I told her about the comment, how she called me a troll, how she had me blocked for mentioning the accident. I explained that while she was making jokes about trauma dumpers and fake emergency stories, I was literally getting stitched up in an ER. Want to guess her reaction? "Wait, that was you. Peter, you can't just drop trauma bomb comments in my chat. Do you understand how that affects the vibe? My viewers come there to escape real-world drama and negativity, not deal with random accident stories. That's like basic streaming etiquette." She was lecturing me about streaming etiquette while I was explaining that her boyfriend had been in a car accident. Then she went, "Besides, how was I supposed to know that was really serious? People say random stuff in chat all the time. You should have called me if it was a real emergency. Or better yet, you should have just called 911 instead of trying to get attention in my stream." I pointed out that I did call 911, that I'd called her 6 times, left voice messages explaining exactly what happened, and that I used my regular account with my actual name in the username, the same account she knows about. She got quiet for a while, then sent, "Well, I can't read every single comment when there's 40,000 people chatting, Peter. You're being unrealistic." But that's bullshit, and we both know it. I watched her read that exact comment out loud. She saw my username, the same one she's tagged in Instagram posts, the same one that says Peter right in it. She knew exactly who it was. The conversation spiraled from there. She kept minimizing what happened, saying things like, "It was just a small cut. 8 stitches isn't small. And you're being so dramatic about this. And you can't expect me to drop everything just because you had a little fender bender." A little fender bender. That required an ambulance and emergency room treatment. Then she said something that made my blood run cold. "Besides, that clip of me shutting down the trauma troll is going completely viral. It's already at 800K views on TikTok and climbing. This is actually huge for my growth. People are loving how I handled that situation." She was excited about it, genuinely proud. My actual emergency, my pain and fear and bleeding, had become content for her. And not just content, successful content that was boosting her career. I asked her to take the clip down, to at least acknowledge publicly that she'd made a mistake. She laughed, actually laughed, and said no way. It was too good for her brand and exactly the kind of content that builds loyal audiences. "People need to see that I don't tolerate negativity in my space," she said. "It shows I'm good at managing my community and keeping the vibes positive." That's when I realized I wasn't dealing with someone who just made a mistake or misunderstood. I was dealing with someone who knew exactly what was going on and still chose to turn my genuine trauma into a performance piece and was proud of it. So I started documenting everything methodically. Screenshots of the missed calls with timestamps. Screenshots of every message in our conversation. A screen recording of the original stream clip where she mocked my accident. Photos from the hospital, the bandaged knee, the discharge papers, the ambulance report number, my stitched-up leg, the towing receipt for my destroyed car. I'm not doing this to get revenge or cancel her. I'm doing this because I think people deserve to know what they're actually supporting when they follow someone. If a person's content is built on calling actual emergencies, fake trauma stories, and mocking someone while he's getting medical treatment, maybe their audience should have that information to make their own decisions. My knee is healing fine, by the way, thanks to everyone who asked. The stitches come out tomorrow. Edit. Someone in the comments made a good point. Her response to my accident says everything about who she is as a person. Whether I expose it publicly or not, I'm definitely done with this relationship. To everyone saying I should just move on, you're probably right. But imagine your partner calling your trip to the ER fake trauma, then using it to grow their social media. Some things you don't just ignore. Update 2. Well, guys, I did it. And the internet is absolutely not messing around. Yesterday morning, I made a post on Twitter with all the evidence. I didn't write some long dramatic caption or try to make it about me. Just posted the screenshots side by side. My missed calls to her at 11:47 p.m. with timestamps, the hospital admission bracelet showing 11:52 p.m., the stream clip of her calling my accident a fake trauma story, and her text the next day saying I shouldn't have trauma bombed her chat. Caption was simple. Last night I was in the ER getting 8 stitches after a car accident. My girlfriend called that dealing with a troll on her live stream. You decide. I tagged her account. I wasn't trying to be sneaky about it. The post blew the hell up. I'm talking 2.3 million views in 24 hours. It got picked up by drama channels, commentary YouTubers, even some of those internet story TikTok accounts. But here's what I didn't expect. The internet went full detective mode. People found the original VOD of her stream and clipped not just the part where she dismissed my comment, but the 10 minutes afterward where she kept making jokes about trauma posting trolls and people who use fake sob stories for attention. She was laughing about it, getting the chat to roast the concept of someone actually being in an accident. One comment that got screenshotted and shared everywhere. Imagine being so desperate for attention that you make up a whole car accident story, like Get a Life Elmau. She said that, about me, without even bothering to fact check, while I was literally getting stitches. The backlash has been swift and brutal. Her Instagram comments are flooded with people calling her heartless. Her latest YouTube video got ratioed so hard she turned off comments. 3 of her sponsors have already dropped her. I know because people keep tagging me when they announce it. But the part that really got to people was when someone reposted her Instagram story from that night, the one where she was celebrating 800K views on the troll shutdown clip. Posted at 2 a.m. while I was still in the hospital. People are sharing it with captions like celebrating trauma content while her boyfriend bleeds. The influencer community is distancing themselves from her hard. Bigger creators are making videos about basic human decency and what not to do as a content creator. Her follower count has dropped from 180K to 95K in 2 days. She's been trying to control the narrative. Posted a long apology video yesterday titled Addressing Recent Misunderstandings. She claims she didn't know it was me, that she can't be expected to recognize every viewer, and that she's sorry if anyone was hurt by the situation. If anyone was hurt, not that she was sorry for hurting me, that she was sorry if anyone happened to feel hurt by her actions. The video has 800K dislikes and 30K likes. Comments are disabled. She's been blowing up my phone nonstop. Started with texts, "Peter, please call me, we need to talk about this." Then, "You're ruining my entire career over a misunderstanding." Then it escalated to, "I'm losing everything because of you, how can you be so cruel?" When I didn't respond to the texts, she started calling, over and over. I counted 23 missed calls yesterday alone. The voicemail started apologetic, "Baby, please, I'm so sorry, we can work this out." But as the day went on and the backlash got worse, they got more desperate and angry. The last few voicemails were her crying, then yelling, then threatening to show up at my apartment. One message was just her sobbing for 2 straight minutes about how her entire life is falling apart and how I destroyed her for no reason. I haven't responded. Honestly, what is there to say? Even now, facing the complete collapse of her online presence, she's more upset about her career than she is about how she treated me. My knee is healing fine, stitches came out today. I'm back to work tonight. Life goes on. Final update. Well, guys, this is definitely my last update because things got really intense yesterday, and I need to put this whole situation behind me for good. So Julia actually followed through on her threat. Yesterday around 8 p.m. I was at home having a quiet evening when there was this aggressive pounding on my door. I looked through the peephole and it was Julia. She looked absolutely unhinged. Hair a mess, makeup smeared, wearing sweatpants and an oversized hoodie. She was holding her phone and crying. I didn't open the door, just spoke through it. "Julia, you need to leave." She started yelling through the door about how I ruined her entire life and that I owe her a chance to explain. When I didn't respond, Julia started reading what sounded like a prepared speech through the door. "I know I made mistakes, but I'm a good person who made bad choices. The internet is destroying me for one moment of poor judgment. I lost everything, my sponsors, my management, my income, my friends. I can't even show my face online anymore. You won the internet war, okay? You got your revenge. Can we please just talk like adults and figure out how to move forward?" I almost felt bad for her for a second. Almost. Then she said, "I brought all our photos and the gifts you gave me. I thought maybe if I reminded you of the good times, you'd realize we can work through this." That's when I knew she still didn't get it. She thought this was about relationship problems, not about her fundamental lack of basic human empathy. I opened the door with the chain still on. She immediately started trying to push gift boxes and printed photos through the gap. "Remember our weekend in Portland. Remember when you said you loved my ambition. Remember how good we were together." That's when I knew I was done being polite. I took the chain off and opened the door fully. Julia's eyes lit up like she thought she was finally getting through to me. I stepped outside, looked her in the eyes, and said, "Julia, 3 weeks ago when I was bleeding on the side of the road after a car accident, scared and in pain, I called you 6 times for help. You ignored every call. When I tried to reach out through your stream using my real account with my real name, you called me a fake trauma troll and had me blocked. You turned my genuine emergency into content and celebrated when it went viral. And even now, standing here, you still think this is about our relationship instead of about basic human decency." She started to interrupt, but I held up my hand. "I didn't ruin your career. Your own actions did. I just showed people who you really are when someone you claim to love needs help. The internet's reaction isn't my fault. It's the natural consequence of your choices." I went back inside, grabbed a trash bag, and dumped all her gifts into it. The jewelry, the hoodies with her logo, the signed photos of her, everything. Brought it outside and set it next to her. "This is everything you ever gave me during our relationship. Take it and don't contact me again. If you show up here again, I'm calling the police." She just stood there sobbing, mascara running down her face, looking at the bag of returned gifts. Finally she whispered, "I loved you." I looked at her one more time and said, "No, you loved having me as an audience. There's a difference." Then I went back inside and closed the door. Through the window, I watched Julia slowly collect the photos from the ground and carry everything back to her car. She sat in the driver's seat for about 10 minutes, just crying before finally driving away. That confrontation gave me the closure I needed. Seeing her in person, desperate and broken, I realized she's not some evil mastermind. She's just someone who got so caught up in performing for strangers that she forgot how to be a real person for the people who actually mattered. I genuinely hope she learns from this and becomes a better person. Her follower count is down to about 40K now. Most of her content has been deleted or privated. I heard she's moved back in with her parents in another state. I don't feel happy about that, but I don't feel guilty either. The stitches are fully healed now. I've got a small scar on my knee that's barely visible. It's like the accident never happened. I'm deleting this account after posting this. Time to move forward and leave all this drama behind me. Thanks for everything, Reddit.
Nick, I can explain.
The pregnancy test fell from Clara's purse like a loaded gun hitting concrete. I stared at the pink plus sign, my coffee mug frozen halfway to my lips, steam curling up between us in our kitchen that suddenly felt smaller than a coffin. "Nick, I can explain," Clara started, but I held up my hand. "Save it," I said, setting down my mug with deliberate care. "Just tell me one thing. Is it mine?" Her silence was louder than a scream. "I'm Nick Torino, 47 years old, and until that Tuesday morning in February, I thought I knew my wife. 22 years of marriage, and I believed we were solid. I fix heating systems for a living, honest work with my hands, keeping families warm through Millertown's brutal winters. Clara sells real estate, always chasing the next big commission, always networking at those fancy cocktail parties I avoid like the plague. "Nick, please sit down," she said, her voice taking on that practiced real estate agent tone she used with difficult clients. "I'm fine standing." I crossed my arms. "Answer the question." Clara's perfectly manicured fingers twisted her wedding ring. "It's complicated." "Complicated?" I laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Lady, I install boilers for a living. I understand complicated. What I don't understand is how my wife of 22 years ends up pregnant and can't tell me if it's mine." "Don't call me lady," she snapped, "and keep your voice down. The neighbors—" "Screw the neighbors." I picked up the test, holding it like evidence. "When were you planning to tell me?" "After the baby shower?" Clara's face flushed red. "I was scared, okay? I didn't know how you'd react." "How I'd react to what exactly? To you being pregnant, or to you cheating on me?" The words hung in the air like smoke. Clara's mouth opened and closed like a fish gasping for water. "I never said I was cheating." "You never said you weren't?" She turned away, staring out the kitchen window at the snow-covered yard where we used to talk about planting a garden. "His name is Elliot. Elliot Brennan." I knew the name. Everyone in Millertown knew Elliot Brennan. Tech entrepreneur, owned the big glass house on Lakeside Drive, drove a Tesla, and smiled like he'd never had a bad day in his life. "How long?" I asked. 6 months. 6 months. While I was working double shifts to pay for her real estate courses, she was playing house with Mr. Perfect Teeth. "Where? Does it matter?" "It matters to me." She sighed. "His place, mostly. Sometimes the Lakeside Motel." The Lakeside Motel. I'd driven past it 1,000 times, never thinking my wife was inside with another man. The irony wasn't lost on me. I'd recommended that place to out-of-town clients looking for somewhere clean and affordable. "So what's the plan here, Clara? You gonna leave me for Prince Charming?" "I don't know." She turned back to face me, and for the first time in months, she looked vulnerable. "I honestly don't know." "Well, while you're figuring it out, I'll be at Mike's gym." I grabbed my keys from the hook by the door. "Try not to get pregnant again before I get back." The slam of the door felt good, but it didn't make the pain in my chest go away. Big Mike's boxing gym sat between a laundromat and a Chinese takeout place on Elm Street. The building was older than dirt, with pipes that clanged and windows that fogged up when more than 5 people were inside. But it was honest, and right now, I needed honest. "You look like someone stole your lunch money," Mike said when I walked in. He was in his 60s, built like a fire hydrant, with hands that could crack walnuts and a heart bigger than the whole gym. "Worse." I started wrapping my hands. "Someone stole my wife." Mike didn't ask questions. He just pointed to the heavy bag and said, "Work it out." For the next hour, I beat the hell out of that bag, imagining Elliot Brennan's smug face with every punch. When I was done, my knuckles were raw and my shirt was soaked with sweat, but my head was clearer. "Feel better?" Mike asked, handing me a towel. "Not really, but I can think straight now." "Good. Thinking's more dangerous than hitting when you're really mad." I sat on the bench, unwrapping my hands. "Mike, you ever been cheated on?" "Once. Long time ago." "What did you do?" Mike was quiet for a long moment. "I made sure everyone knew what kind of woman she really was." "How?" "Truth has a way of coming out, Nick. Sometimes it just needs a little help." I drove home slowly, thinking about what Mike had said. Truth needs a little help. By the time I pulled into my driveway, I had the beginning of a plan. Clara was in the living room, talking on her phone. She hung up quickly when I walked in. "That was my sister," she said. "Which sister?" Veronica. Veronica. Clara's older sister, the queen bee of Millertown's social scene. If Clara was ambitious, Veronica was ruthless. She ran the town's biggest real estate office and treated everyone like they worked for her. What did you tell her? Nothing. Just that we're having problems. I sat down across from her. Clara, I need to ask you something, and I want a straight answer. She nodded. Do you love him? The question caught her off guard. She opened her mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. I think so, she finally said. Do you love me? This time she answered immediately. I don't know anymore. It was the most honest thing she'd said all day, and it hurt worse than any lie could have. Okay, I said. Then here's what's going to happen. You're going to pack a bag and go stay with Veronica while you figure things out, and I'm going to decide whether I want to fight for this marriage or let you go. Nick, I'm not done. I stood up. While you're deciding between me and Mr. Wonderful, I'm going to do some thinking of my own. About 22 years of marriage, about trust, about what happens when someone breaks a promise they made in front of God and everyone we know. Clara's face went pale. What does that mean? I smiled, but it wasn't a nice smile. It means the truth is going to come out, one way or another. The question is whether you want to control how that happens or leave it up to me. She stared at me for a long moment. You're scaring me. Good, I said. Maybe you should be scared. Clara left that night with 2 suitcases and a guilty conscience. I watched from the kitchen window as she loaded her car, moving like she was afraid I might change my mind and drag her back inside. Part of me wanted to. 22 years is a long time to throw away over 6 months of stupidity. But the pregnancy test was still sitting on the kitchen counter, and every time I looked at it, my resolve hardened. The next morning, Veronica showed up at my door like a well-dressed storm cloud. We need to talk, she said, pushing past me into my living room without an invitation. Veronica Hartwell was everything Clara aspired to be. Successful, confident, and cold as January. She wore power suits like armor and smiled like a shark who'd just smelled blood in the water. At 51, she was still beautiful in that expensive, high-maintenance way that required a team of professionals to maintain. Make yourself at home, I said, closing the door. Don't be sarcastic, Nick. It doesn't suit you. She sat on my couch like she owned it. Clara told me about your little ultimatum. Did she tell you why I gave it? She told me you found out about Elliot. Did she mention the pregnancy test? Veronica's perfectly composed expression flickered for just a second. She said you were being dramatic. I walked to the kitchen and came back with the test, dropping it on the coffee table between us. Does this look dramatic to you? She stared at the pink plus sign like it might bite her. It could be yours. Could be, but we both know it isn't. Veronica leaned back, studying me. What do you want, Nick? I want my wife to decide what she wants. And I want everyone in this town to know what kind of woman they've been doing business with. You wouldn't. Try me. She was quiet for a long moment, probably calculating the damage to her precious reputation if her sister's affair became public knowledge. In a town like Millertown, scandal spreads faster than the flu, and Veronica's real estate empire depended on people trusting her family's name. What would it take for you to keep this quiet? She finally asked. Nothing you can afford. Everyone has a price, Nick. Yeah? What's yours? She smiled that shark smile again. I don't have one. That's what makes me successful. No, I said, standing up. That's what makes you dangerous. But I'm not one of your clients, Veronica. I'm not buying what you're selling. She stood up too, smoothing down her skirt. You're making a mistake. Probably, but it's my mistake to make. Clara loves you, you know. She's just confused. Clara loves the idea of security. She loves the idea of excitement. She doesn't love me, and she doesn't love Elliot. She loves herself. Veronica's mask slipped again, just for a second, and I saw something that looked almost like approval in her eyes. "You're smarter than I gave you credit for," she said. "Smart enough to know when I'm being played." "Are you?" "We'll see." After Veronica left, I sat in my empty house and thought about what she'd said. Clara loves you. Maybe she did once. But love without respect is just pity, and I'd rather be hated than pitied. My phone rang. Clara's number. "Hello? Nick, it's me." Her voice was small, uncertain. "Veronica said you two talked." "We did." "She thinks you're going to do something stupid." "Veronica thinks anyone who doesn't do exactly what she wants is stupid." "Are you going to do something stupid?" I looked at the pregnancy test, still sitting on my coffee table like a loaded gun. "That depends on what you consider stupid." "Nick, please. Can we meet somewhere and talk?" "Really talk?" "Where?" "The diner on Main Street. 1 hour." "Fine. But Clara?" "Yeah? Bring Elliot." The silence on the other end of the line was deafening. "Nick, I don't think—" "Bring him, or don't come at all." I hung up and went to take a shower. If I was going to have the most important conversation of my life, I was going to look like I gave a damn. Murphy's Diner had been serving coffee and heartbreak to Millertown for 40 years. The booths were cracked vinyl, the coffee was strong enough to wake the dead, and the waitresses had seen everything at least twice. It was the perfect place for an ambush. I got there early and took a corner booth where I could see the door. At exactly 1 o'clock, Clara walked in with Elliot Brennan trailing behind her like a guilty conscience. Up close, Elliot was everything I'd expected. Tall, well-dressed, with the kind of confidence that comes from never having to worry about paying bills. He had good teeth, good hair, and the soft hands of a man who'd never done real work in his life. They sat across from me, Clara in the middle like she was trying to keep us from killing each other. "This is awkward," Elliot said, attempting a smile. "It's about to get more awkward," I replied. The waitress came over, an older woman named Dolores, who'd known me since I was a kid. "Coffee all around?" she asked. "Please," Clara said. When Dolores left, we sat in silence for a moment. Finally, Elliot cleared his throat. "Look, Nick, I want you to know I never meant for this to happen." "Which part? Sleeping with my wife or getting her pregnant?" His face went red. "Clara told you?" "She didn't have to. The pregnancy test told me." Clara grabbed Elliot's hand. "We didn't plan this." "No, you just planned everything else." I leaned back in the booth. 6 months, right? "That's a lot of planning." "It wasn't like that," Elliot said. "We met at a real estate conference and there was this connection. Save it for someone who cares." I turned to Clara. "Have you made a decision?" She looked at Elliot, then back at me. "I want a divorce." The words hit me like a punch to the gut, but I didn't let it show. "Okay." "Okay?" She seemed surprised by my reaction. "Okay, we'll get divorced. You can marry Prince Charming here and live happily ever after in his glass house." "It's not that simple," Elliot said. "There are complications." "Such as?" Clara and Elliot exchanged a look. "Tell him," Clara said. Elliot shifted uncomfortably. "I'm already married." The coffee cup stopped halfway to my lips. "Come again?" "I'm married, have been for 15 years. My wife lives in California with our 2 kids. I set down the cup very carefully. "So let me get this straight. You're married, Clara's married, but you two decided to play house anyway, and now she's pregnant." "It's complicated," Clara said. "It's adultery," I corrected. "For both of you." "Don't be self-righteous," Elliot snapped. "You don't know what it's like to be trapped in a loveless marriage." I laughed. Actually laughed right there in Murphy's Diner. "You're right. I don't know what it's like to be trapped in a loveless marriage. But I'm learning." Clara's eyes filled with tears. "Nick, please, don't make this harder than it has to be." "Harder." I stood up, dropping a $5 bill on the table. Lady, you haven't seen hard yet. I walked out of Murphy's Diner with my head held high and my heart full of rage. Behind me, I could hear Clara crying and Elliot trying to comfort her. Let him. He'd earned the right to deal with her tears. But as I got in my truck, I realized something important. Elliot wasn't just Clara's lover. He was her problem. And problems, as Mike always said, had a way of solving themselves if you knew how to help them along. I drove home with the beginning of a real plan forming in my mind. It was going to take patience, timing, and a little bit of luck. But by the time I was done, everyone in Millertown would know exactly what kind of people Clara and Elliot really were. The truth was going to come out. I was just going to help it along. The next morning, I called in sick to work for the first time in 3 years. I had research to do, and it couldn't wait. I started with the basics. Elliot Brennan owned Brennan Tech Solutions, a company that helped small businesses set up computer networks. On paper, he looked successful. Nice house, expensive car, all the right social media posts. But I'd learned a long time ago that what people show you and what's real are often two different things. The Millertown Public Library had computers with internet access, and the librarian, Mrs. Chen, didn't ask questions when I settled in for a long session. I started with public records, business filings, anything I could find with Elliot's name on it. What I found was interesting. Brennan Tech Solutions was 3 months behind on its business loan payments. The lakeside house was mortgaged to the hilt, and there were 2 liens against the property for unpaid contractor bills. Mr. Perfect wasn't so perfect after all. But the real gold mine was social media. Elliot's Facebook page was full of photos from business trips, fancy dinners, and weekend getaways. What he didn't know was that his privacy settings were garbage, and if you knew where to look, you could see a lot more than he intended. I found photos of him with Clara at the Lakeside Motel, tagged with dates and locations. I found pictures of them at restaurants in Albany where they thought no one would recognize them. And I found something even better. Photos of Elliot with other women. Lots of other women. Clara wasn't his first affair. She wasn't even his second. I printed everything and stuffed it into a manila folder. Then I drove to the one place in town where information flowed like water, Stella's beauty salon. Stella Kowalski had been cutting hair and collecting secrets for 30 years. Her salon was Gossip Central, where the women of Millertown came to get their hair done and their stories straight. If you wanted to know who was sleeping with whom, who was behind on their mortgage, or who was getting divorced, Stella's was your one-stop shop. "Nick Torino," Stella called out when I walked in. "What brings you to my little corner of paradise?" The salon was full of women under hair dryers, their conversations temporarily muted by the hum of machinery. Perfect. "I need a favor, Stella." "Honey, after what that wife of yours did, I'll do anything you need." I blinked. "You know about Clara?" "Sweetie, everyone knows about Clara. The only question is what you're going to do about it." I pulled out the manila folder. "I'm going to tell the truth." Stella's eyes lit up like Christmas morning. "Oh, this is going to be good." I spent the next hour showing Stella the photos, the financial records, everything I'd found. She listened with the intensity of a detective solving a murder case. "That bastard," she said, studying a photo of Elliot with a blonde woman who definitely wasn't Clara. "He's been playing your wife the same way he played all these others." "That's what I figured. You know what this means, don't you? Tell me. Clara's not special. She's just another mark." Stella leaned back in her chair. "Question is, does she know it?" "I don't think so." "Well, she's about to find out." Stella stood up and walked to her appointment book. "Mrs. Patterson comes in every Thursday at 2. She's married to the bank president, Mrs. Rodriguez comes in Fridays, her husband's the police chief, and Veronica comes in every other Saturday." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying information has a way of spreading in a place like this, especially when it's true." I left Stella's with a lighter heart and a darker purpose. The truth was going to come out, all right. It was going to come out in every beauty salon, coffee shop, and church basement in Millertown. But I wasn't done yet. My next stop was the Lakeside Motel. The desk clerk was a kid named Tommy, who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else in the world. "Help you?" he asked without looking up from his phone. "I hope so." I pulled out a $20 bill and set it on the counter. "I'm looking for information about one of your guests." Tommy's eyes flicked to the money, then to my face. "We don't give out information about guests." I added another 20. "Even dead guests? Dead guests?" "Elliot Brennan. He's not dead yet, but his reputation's about to be." I leaned across the counter. "Look, kid, I'm not a cop. I'm not a private investigator, and I'm not going to cause trouble for you or the motel. I just want to know how often he comes here and who he comes with." Tommy looked around the empty lobby, then pocketed the money. "He's here twice a week, sometimes more. Always pays cash, always brings different women." "Different women?" "Yeah. Sometimes it's your wife. Sorry, man. But sometimes it's this blonde chick, sometimes a redhead. Guy's got a whole rotation." I felt a strange mix of satisfaction and disgust. Satisfaction because I'd been right about Elliot. Disgust because Clara had fallen for such an obvious player. How long has this been going on? Since last summer. Maybe 8 months. 8 months. Clara had lied about that too. "You got security cameras?" Tommy shook his head. "Owner's too cheap." "Thanks, kid. You've been a big help." I drove home feeling like a detective who just cracked a big case. I had evidence of Elliot's serial cheating, proof of his financial problems, and a network of gossips ready to spread the word. All I needed now was the right moment to light the fuse. That moment came sooner than I expected. Clara called that evening, her voice shaky with emotion. "Nick, we need to talk." "I thought we already did that. Not about the divorce, about Elliot. What about him? I think he's seeing other women." I almost laughed. Almost. "What gave you that idea?" "He's been distant lately, distracted. And yesterday I found a receipt in his car for dinner at Romano's. He told me he was working late. Maybe he was having a business dinner. For 2 people? With champagne?" Now I did laugh. "Clara, you're calling me because you think your married boyfriend is cheating on you with someone else. I know how it sounds. It sounds like karma." She was quiet for a long moment. "I deserve that. You deserve worse than that. Nick, I made a mistake, a huge mistake, but I'm trying to fix it." "By doing what?" "By telling you the truth about everything." I sat down in my kitchen chair, the same one I'd been sitting in when I found the pregnancy test. "I'm listening. Elliot's not who I thought he was. He's not successful, he's not honest, and he's definitely not in love with me." "How do you know?" "Because I confronted him about the receipt, and he told me I was being paranoid. Then he said if I didn't like the arrangement, I could always go back to my boring husband." The words hit me like a slap. He called me boring. "Nick, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for all of this. Are you sorry because you hurt me, or because Elliot turned out to be a fraud?" Another long silence. "Both." "That's not good enough, Clara." "What do you want me to say?" "I want you to say you're ready to face the consequences of what you've done." "What do you mean?" I looked at the manila folder sitting on my kitchen table, full of evidence that would destroy both their reputations. I mean, the truth is coming out, whether you want it to or not. The only question is whether you want to control how it happens. Nick, please, think about what this will do to your reputation too. People will know you couldn't keep your wife happy. People will know I married a woman who didn't deserve me. That's not fair. Fair? I stood up, anger flooding through me like hot water. You want to talk about fair? Fair would have been you coming to me 8 months ago and telling me you were unhappy. Fair would have been you asking for a divorce before you started screwing around. Fair would have been you not getting pregnant by another man and trying to pass it off as mine. I never tried to... The hell you didn't. You hid that pregnancy test like it was evidence of murder. Clara started crying. I was scared. You should be scared. Because tomorrow morning, everyone in this town is going to know exactly what you and your boyfriend have been up to. Nick, don't, please. Think about what this will do to both of us. I have thought about it, and I've decided I'd rather be the man whose wife cheated on him than the man who let her get away with it. I hung up the phone and sat back down at my kitchen table. Tomorrow, the real fun would begin. I woke up Friday morning with the clarity that comes from making a decision you can't take back. Today was the day the truth came out, and I was going to enjoy every minute of it. My first stop was Stella's beauty salon. I walked in at 9 o'clock sharp, just as the morning rush was getting started. The place was packed with women getting their hair done before work, and the conversation level was already at full volume. Ladies, I announced, pulling out my manila folder. I have something you might find interesting. The salon went quiet. Every hairdryer stopped humming. Every conversation died mid-sentence. Stella grinned at me from behind her station. What have you got, Nick? I opened the folder and started spreading photos across the reception desk. Evidence that Elliot Brennan has been cheating on his wife with multiple women, including mine. The women crowded around the desk like vultures around roadkill. I heard gasps, whispers, and more than a few I knew it comments. This is him with my wife at the Lakeside Motel, I said, pointing to one photo. This is him with someone else's wife at the same motel. And this is him with a third woman at Romano's restaurant. Mrs. Patterson, the bank president's wife, picked up a photo and studied it closely. I know this woman. She works at the insurance office. And this one works at the grocery store, added Mrs. Rodriguez. How many women are there? Asked someone from the back. At least 6 that I can prove, I said. Probably more. Stella whistled low. That boy's been busy. There's more, I said, pulling out the financial records. Mr. Brennan's business is 3 months behind on loan payments. His house is mortgaged beyond its value, and he owes money to half the contractors in town. So he's broke? Mrs. Patterson asked. Worse than broke. He's living a lie. The women exchanged looks. In a town like Millertown, financial irresponsibility was almost as scandalous as adultery. What about Clara? Someone asked. Does she know? She's starting to figure it out, I said. But she's got bigger problems. Such as? I pulled out the pregnancy test and set it on the counter. She's carrying his baby. The silence that followed was deafening. Then everyone started talking at once. Oh my God. That poor woman. Actually, that stupid woman. Nick, what are you going to do? I gathered up the photos and documents. I'm going to make sure everyone knows the truth, starting with Elliot's wife. Mrs. Rodriguez grabbed my arm. You found his wife? She lives in California with their 2 kids. I've got her phone number. The women looked at each other with expressions of shock and admiration. Stella started laughing. Nick Torino, you magnificent bastard. You're going to destroy them both. I'm going to let the truth destroy them. I'm just helping it along. I left the salon knowing that by lunchtime, every person in Millertown would know about Clara and Elliot's affair. But I wasn't done yet. My next stop was the police station. Chief Rodriguez was an old friend of my father's, and I'd known him since I was a kid. Nick, he said when I walked into his office, I heard about you and Clara. I'm sorry, son. Thanks, Chief. Actually, that's why I'm here. I showed him the evidence I'd gathered, focusing on the financial records. This looks like fraud to me, he said, studying Elliot's business filings. That's what I thought. False statements on loan applications, inflated income reports, the works. Chief Rodriguez leaned back in his chair. You want to file charges? I want you to investigate. If there's fraud, the bank needs to know. If there's tax evasion, the IRS needs to know. And if there's nothing criminal, then at least everyone will know what kind of man he really is. The chief nodded slowly. I'll look into it. But Nick, be careful. This kind of thing can get messy. It's already messy. I'm just cleaning up. From the police station, I drove to the offices of the Millertown Gazette, our local weekly newspaper. The editor, Jim Walsh, was another old friend who'd covered high school sports when I played football. "Nick Torino," he said, looking up from his computer. "What brings you to my humble newsroom?" "A story," I said, setting the manila folder on his desk. Jim opened the folder and whistled. "Holy shit, Nick. Where did you get all this?" "Public records, social media, and good old-fashioned detective work." "This is explosive stuff. You sure you want this in the paper?" "I'm sure." Jim studied the photos and documents for several minutes. "This guy's been running a con game on the whole town." "That's what I figured. And your wife fell for it." "My wife fell for a lot of things. The question is whether she's going to face the consequences." "What do you mean?" I pulled out my phone and showed Jim a text message I'd received that morning from Clara. "Nick, please call me. We need to talk. I'm ready to tell you everything." "She wants to confess," Jim asked. "She wants to control the narrative, make herself look like the victim instead of the villain. Are you going to let her?" "Hell no," Jim grinned. "This is going to be the best story I've run in years. When do you want it published?" "Next week's edition. That'll give the gossip mill time to warm up the audience." I left the newspaper office feeling like a general who'd just deployed his troops. The battle was about to begin, and I had the high ground. My phone rang as I was driving home. Clara's number. "Hello, Clara." "Nick, thank God. I've been trying to reach you all morning." "I've been busy." "We need to meet. Right now. There's something I have to tell you." "I'm listening." "Not over the phone." "Can you meet me at the house?" Our house. The house where we'd been married for 22 years, where we'd planned to grow old together, where I'd found the pregnancy test that started this whole mess. "Fine. I'll be there in 10 minutes. "Nick? Yeah? Thank you for giving me a chance to explain." I hung up without responding. Clara thought she was getting a chance to explain. What she was really getting was a front-row seat to her own destruction. I pulled into my driveway to find Clara's car already there, along with another car I didn't recognize. Through the kitchen window, I could see Clara sitting at the table with someone else. When I walked in, I found Clara with a woman I'd never seen before, blonde, well-dressed, and clearly upset. "Nick," Clara said, standing up. "This is Michelle Brennan, Elliot's wife." Michelle Brennan looked like she'd been crying for hours. Her makeup was smeared, her hands were shaking, and her eyes were red and swollen. "Mrs. Brennan," I said, sitting down across from her, "I'm sorry we're meeting under these circumstances." "Are you?" she asked, her voice sharp with anger. "Because from what I hear, you're the one who called me." I looked at Clara, who was staring at the table. "I thought you should know what your husband was doing." "Well, now I know." Michelle's voice broke. "My marriage is over, my children's lives are destroyed, and I'm 3,000 miles from home trying to figure out what the hell happened to my life." "Michelle flew out this morning," Clara said quietly. "She wants to confront Elliot." "Where is he?" "At his office," Michelle said, hiding like the coward he is. I studied Michelle Brennan's face and saw something I recognized, the look of someone who'd been betrayed by the person they trusted most. "What do you want to do?" I asked her. "I want to make him pay," she said. "I want everyone to know what kind of man he really is. That makes 2 of us." Clara looked up. 3 of us. I stared at my wife. "You want to make Elliot pay?" "He lied to me, Nick, about everything. His marriage, his business, his feelings. He made me think I was special and I was just another conquest. And now you want revenge? I want justice." I laughed. "Clara, you don't want justice. You want to save your reputation." "That's not true. Isn't it? You're sitting here with Elliot's wife, trying to convince me that you're the victim in all this. But you're not the victim, Clara. You're the other woman. Michelle looked back and forth between us. Maybe I should go. No, I said. Stay. You need to hear this. I turned back to Clara. You want to know what justice looks like? Justice is everyone in this town knowing that you threw away 22 years of marriage for a con man. Justice is you raising another man's baby alone while he goes back to his real family. Justice is you starting over at 45 with nothing but a reputation as the woman who couldn't keep her legs closed. Clara's face went white. Nick, please. I'm not done. I stood up. Justice is me walking away from this marriage with my dignity intact, while you get to live with the consequences of your choices. And what about Elliot? Michelle asked. I smiled. Elliot's going to get exactly what he deserves. Public humiliation, financial ruin, and a divorce that'll take everything he has left. How can you be so sure? Because I've already set the wheels in motion. I told them about my visits to the beauty salon, the police station, and the newspaper. With each revelation, Clara's face got paler, and Michelle's got more satisfied. You destroyed us both, Clara whispered. No, I said. You destroyed yourself. I just made sure everyone would know about it. Michelle stood up. I should go confront Elliot now, while he still thinks he's safe. Want some company? I asked. She smiled for the first time since I'd met her. I thought you'd never ask. Clara grabbed my arm. Nick, don't do this. Please. I looked down at her hand on my arm, then into her eyes. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't. She opened her mouth, then closed it. She had no answer because there was no answer. That's what I thought, I said, pulling free of her grip. Michelle and I walked out of the house together, leaving Clara sitting alone at the kitchen table where our marriage had died. Brennan Tech Solutions occupied a small office in a strip mall between a pizza place and a dry cleaner. The sign on the door was peeling, and through the window I could see outdated computers and mismatched furniture. For a successful tech entrepreneur, Elliot sure had a shabby operation. Michelle and I sat in my truck for a few minutes, watching the office. You sure you want to do this? I asked. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. She checked her makeup in the mirror. 15 years of marriage, and I never suspected. I feel like such an idiot. That makes two of us. At least your wife had the decency to get caught. My husband's been living a double life for God knows how long. Through the window, we could see Elliot at his desk, talking on the phone. He was animated, gesturing with his free hand, probably trying to charm another client or another woman. Ready? Michelle asked. Let's go end this. The bell above the door chimed when we walked in. Elliot looked up from his phone call, and his face went through a series of expressions: confusion, recognition, and finally, pure terror. I'll call you back, he said into the phone, hanging up quickly. Hello, darling, Michelle said, her voice dripping with false sweetness. Surprised to see me? Elliot stood up slowly, like a man facing a firing squad. Michelle, what are you doing here? I came to meet your girlfriend. She gestured toward me. And her husband. This is Nick Torino, I said, extending my hand. Clara's husband. You know, the boring one. Elliot didn't take my hand. Look, I can explain. Explain what? Michelle interrupted. How you've been cheating on me for months? How you got another woman pregnant? How you've been lying about everything. It's not what you think. It's exactly what I think. Michelle pulled out her phone and started scrolling through photos. I've seen the evidence, Elliot. Pictures, financial records, witness statements. You're done. Elliot's face went from pale to gray. What evidence? I pulled out my manila folder. Bank records showing your business is failing. Social media posts proving you've been cheating with multiple women. And testimony from the motel clerk, who says you've been bringing different women there twice a week for 8 months. You've been investigating me? Someone had to. You sure as hell weren't going to tell the truth? Elliot sank back into his chair. What do you want? I want you to admit what you've done, Michelle said. To me, to Nick, and to everyone else you've lied to. And then what? Then you're going to sign divorce papers, liquidate whatever assets you have left, and disappear from our lives forever. Elliot looked at me. What about you? What do you want? I want you to know that your girlfriend is sitting in my kitchen right now, crying because she finally figured out what kind of man you really are. Clara's carrying your baby and facing the end of her marriage because she believed your lies. How does that make you feel? Elliot was quiet for a long moment. I never meant for any of this to happen. Bullshit, Michelle snapped. You meant every bit of it. You're a predator, Elliot. You find unhappy women and you feed them lies until they're willing to destroy their lives for you. That's not true. Isn't it? How many women have there been? How many marriages have you destroyed? Elliot's silence was answer enough. I leaned across his desk. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to call Clara and tell her it's over. You're going to take responsibility for the baby, but you're not going to be part of its life. And you're going to leave Millertown and never come back. And if I don't, then the story goes public. Your business fails, your reputation is destroyed, and you spend the next few years dealing with fraud investigations and tax audits. You can't prove fraud, maybe not, but I can prove adultery, and in a town like this, that's enough to ruin you. Michelle stood up. I'm filing for divorce tomorrow. I'm taking the house, the cars, and half of whatever's left of your business. And I'm telling the kids exactly why Daddy won't be living with us anymore. Michelle, please, think about the children. I am thinking about the children. I'm thinking about how they deserve better than a father who's a lying, cheating fraud. Elliot put his head in his hands. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for all of this. Sorry doesn't fix anything, I said, but it's a start. My phone buzzed with a text message. Clara, where are you? We need to talk. I showed the message to Michelle. Your girlfriend wants to talk. She's not my girlfriend anymore, Elliot said quietly. Good. Because she's not my wife anymore either. I stood up to leave, then turned back. One more thing, Elliot. If you ever come near Clara or her baby again, you'll answer to me. And I won't be as civilized as I was today. Is that a threat? It's a promise. Michelle and I walked out of the office together. Behind us, I could hear Elliot starting to cry. Feel better? I asked as we got back in the truck. Much better. You? Getting there. We drove back to my house in comfortable silence. When we pulled into the driveway, Clara's car was still there, but now there was another car too, Veronica's BMW. The sister, I said. This should be interesting. We walked into the house to find Clara and Veronica sitting at the kitchen table, deep in conversation. They looked up when we entered, and I saw fear in both their eyes. How did it go? Clara asked. About as well as you'd expect, I said. Elliot sends his regards and his regrets. Veronica stood up. Nick, we need to discuss how to handle this situation. What situation? The publicity, the gossip, the damage to everyone's reputation. I laughed. Veronica, the damage is done. By tomorrow, everyone in town will know the whole story. Not if we control the narrative. And how do you propose we do that? By presenting a united front. Clara made a mistake, but she's willing to make amends. You're the wronged husband, but you're willing to forgive. Elliot is the villain who seduced an innocent woman. Innocent? Michelle stepped forward. Your sister destroyed her marriage and mine. She's carrying another woman's husband's baby. There's nothing innocent about that. Veronica ignored Michelle and focused on me. Think about your reputation, Nick. Do you really want to be known as the man who couldn't satisfy his wife? I'd rather be known as the man who had enough self-respect to walk away from a cheating wife. The town will never respect you if you air your dirty laundry in public. The town will never respect me if I let you two get away with this. Clara finally spoke up. Nick, what if I told everyone that I was the one who ended it? That I realized I'd made a mistake and came back to you? Are you coming back to me? I don't know. Maybe. If you'll have me. I looked at my wife. Really looked at her. She was still beautiful, still the woman I'd fallen in love with 23 years ago. But she was also a stranger, someone who'd been living a lie for 8 months, someone who'd been willing to pass off another man's baby as mine. Clara, I said gently, it's too late for that. Why? Because I don't trust you anymore. And without trust, we don't have a marriage. Tears started flowing down her cheeks. I can earn your trust back. No, you can't. You can't uncheat on me. You can't unlie to me. And you can't unget pregnant by another man. Veronica stepped between us. Nick, be reasonable. Think about what's best for everyone. I am thinking about what's best for everyone. What's best is the truth. The truth will destroy all of us. The truth will set me free. I walked to the kitchen drawer and pulled out the divorce papers I'd had drawn up the day before. I set them on the table in front of Clara. Sign these. Clara stared at the papers like they might bite her. Nick, please, don't do this. It's already done. What about the baby? What about it? It might be yours. I shook my head. We both know it isn't. But what if, Clara, we haven't slept together in 4 months, the timing doesn't work, and we both know it. She signed the papers with shaking hands. Michelle watched the whole scene with fascination. Is it always this dramatic? Only when people lie for 8 months straight, I said. Veronica gathered up her purse. This isn't over, Nick. Yes, it is. You'll regret this. The only thing I regret is not doing it sooner. After Veronica and Clara left, Michelle and I sat in my kitchen, drinking coffee and processing what had just happened. So what now? She asked. Now I start over. New life, new rules, new respect for myself. Any regrets? I thought about it for a moment. Just one. What's that? I should have done this 8 months ago, when I first suspected something was wrong. Why didn't you? Because I believed in my marriage more than I believed in myself. Michelle nodded. I understand that. What about you? What's next? Divorce, custody battle, and a fresh start in California. Sounds like a plan. She stood up to leave. Nick? Yeah? Thank you for having the courage to expose the truth. I never would have known if you hadn't called me. Everyone deserves to know the truth about their life. After Michelle left, I sat alone in my kitchen, looking at the signed divorce papers. 22 years of marriage reduced to a legal document, but for the first time in months, I felt free. The next morning, the Millertown Gazette hit the newsstands with a front-page story titled, Local Businessman Accused of Fraud and Adultery. The story included photos, financial records, and quotes from multiple sources. By noon, Elliot's office was closed and his house was up for sale. By evening, Clara had moved in with Veronica permanently. And by the end of the week, I was known throughout Millertown as the man who'd had the guts to expose the truth, no matter what it cost him. I'd lost a wife, but I'd gained something more valuable, my self-respect. And in the end, that was worth more than 22 years of lies. 6 months later, Clara gave birth to a baby boy. Elliot was nowhere to be found. He'd moved to Florida and changed his name. Clara named the baby Nicholas after me, which I took as either an apology or a final insult. I never found out which.
She said she needed to explore other options. I just smiled. Her replacement was already beside me. The conversation I'd been dreading for weeks finally happened on a Tuesday night, right after Claire got home from her weekly book club meeting with her recently divorced friends. I was reviewing quarterly reports at the kitchen table when she walked in with that look on her face, the one that meant she'd been rehearsing something dramatic in the car. "Mark, we need to talk," she announced, setting down her designer purse with theatrical precision and positioning herself like she was about to deliver a TED Talk. I closed my laptop and gave her my full attention, the same way I'd done for 8 years of marriage whenever she had something important to discuss. "I've been doing some soul-searching lately," she began, pacing around our living room like she was delivering a presentation to potential investors. "The girls at book club have been sharing their experiences about rediscovering themselves after their divorces, and I realized I never really explored who I am outside of this marriage. I got married so young, Mark. I went straight from my parents' house to our house, and I feel like I missed out on understanding my own identity." I nodded, watching her work up to whatever bombshell she'd clearly prepared and practiced in front of our bedroom mirror. The performance felt oddly familiar, like watching someone recite lines they'd memorized but didn't quite understand. "I think I need to find myself, explore connections with other people who can help me grow in ways I haven't experienced before. There's this trainer at my gym, Nathan, and I feel this incredible energy when we work out together. He challenges me physically and mentally in ways that make me feel alive again." She paused dramatically, clearly expecting shock or anger or desperate pleading, maybe even the jealous rage that would validate her narrative about our stale marriage. Instead, I leaned back in my chair and said calmly, "That sounds like exactly what you should do." Her confident expression faltered completely, like an actress who'd forgotten her next line. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice losing that rehearsed quality and becoming genuinely uncertain. "I mean you should absolutely pursue whatever makes you happy, Claire. Personal growth is important, and if exploring a connection with Nathan helps you understand yourself better, I support that completely. You deserve to feel alive and challenged, and if that's what he provides, then you should embrace it." I watched her face cycle through confusion, disappointment, and something that looked almost like panic. This clearly wasn't the script she'd rehearsed with her divorced book club friends during their weekly sessions of mutual validation. She'd expected tears, arguments, maybe even threats of divorce that would give her the upper hand in whatever negotiation she'd imagined this conversation would become. "You're not going to fight for us?" she asked, her voice smaller now, almost childlike in its vulnerability. "I'm not going to stand in the way of your journey of self-discovery, Claire. I've always believed people should pursue their authentic path, even if that path leads away from me. That's what real love looks like, isn't it? Supporting someone's growth even when it's uncomfortable." The conversation ended with Claire staring at me like I'd just spoken in a foreign language, completely off balance and clearly unsure how to proceed with her carefully planned emotional manipulation having backfired so spectacularly that she seemed genuinely lost. Claire began scheduling extra training sessions with Nathan the very next week, posting carefully curated gym selfies on social media with captions about pushing boundaries and discovering new strength. I found myself genuinely amused by her sudden fitness enthusiasm, especially since she'd complained about going to the gym for years before Nathan appeared, claiming it was boring and that she preferred yoga at home. Meanwhile, I started mentioning my evening photography classes with increasing frequency, something I'd enrolled in months ago but had barely discussed at home since Claire usually dominated our dinner conversations with gossip from her book club or complaints about her coworkers. "Nathan says I have natural athletic ability that most people never develop," she announced over dinner one Thursday, showing me a photo of herself doing some elaborate stretching pose that looked more Instagram-ready than functional. "He suggested we do some private nutrition consultations to optimize my performance. He thinks I could really excel if I had the right guidance and support system." I nodded appreciatively while cutting my chicken, genuinely pleased to see her excited about something. "That's great, honey." Isabella mentioned something similar today about optimizing light exposure for different subjects. She says most amateur photographers never learn to read natural lighting properly, but with the right training, you can capture images that tell stories people feel in their bones. Claire's fork paused halfway to her mouth, and I could see her processing this unexpected parallel. "Isabella?" she asked, her voice carrying a note I hadn't heard before. "My photography instructor. She's this incredible former fashion photographer who just got back from documenting wildlife in Costa Rica for a conservation project. She's been teaching me about natural lighting techniques that most people never consider, like how golden hour changes depending on geography and season. I watched Claire's confident expression waver slightly as she absorbed this information. She'd clearly expected me to be sitting at home brooding while she explored her connection with Nathan, not engaging in my own meaningful pursuit with someone who sounded genuinely accomplished and worldly. Photography class, she repeated slowly, like she was trying to solve a puzzle that had suddenly become more complex than expected. You never mentioned being interested in photography before. When did this start? Well, you never mentioned being interested in personal training before Nathan either, I replied with a gentle smile, keeping my tone light and conversational. It's amazing what we discover about ourselves when we're open to new experiences and meet people who inspire us to grow, isn't it? Isabella has this way of seeing beauty in unexpected places that's completely changed how I look at the world around us. Over the following weeks, Claire shared increasingly detailed stories about Nathan's compliments on her form, his suggestions for weekend workout sessions, and his insights about mind-body connection and unlocking her hidden potential. She seemed genuinely frustrated that each revelation was met with my authentic support and enthusiasm rather than the jealousy she was clearly hoping to provoke. I reciprocated by sharing stories about Isabella's fascinating career transitions, her upcoming gallery showing featuring her Costa Rica wildlife series, and the technical skills she was teaching me about composition and storytelling through images. Isabella thinks I have a natural eye for capturing authentic moments, I mentioned one evening while Claire was scrolling through Nathan's Instagram profile, which seemed to feature mostly shirtless mirror selfies and protein powder advertisements. She suggested I might consider doing some freelance work for her studio once I develop my portfolio more. She's expanding into commercial photography and needs someone with business experience to help strategize the growth. Claire looked up from her phone with something approaching genuine alarm, her thumb frozen mid-scroll. Freelance work? You mean like working together outside of class? On actual projects? Potentially. She mentioned needing someone who understands market analysis and client relations to help expand into commercial photography. Corporate headshots, product photography, that sort of thing. It's probably nothing serious, but it's incredibly flattering that she sees potential in someone who just started learning a few months ago. I watched Claire realize that while she was playing elaborate games designed to make me jealous and prove her desirability, I had somehow stumbled into something that was energizing me in ways our marriage hadn't in years. The parallel explorations were beginning to reveal stark differences in substance and authenticity, and I could see her starting to understand that her carefully orchestrated drama was being overshadowed by something unexpectedly real and meaningful. Claire arranged a weekend getaway with Nathan to go on what she called a wellness retreat in nature, which I later discovered was essentially a day trip to a popular trail about an hour outside the city that featured prominently on Instagram location tags. She spent the entire week leading up to it buying new outdoor gear from premium brands and posting Instagram stories about disconnecting to reconnect with my authentic self and embracing the wild woman within. Meanwhile, I had planned my own weekend expedition with Isabella to capture sunrise shots at the mountain overlook, something she'd suggested would teach me about working with challenging lighting conditions and natural compositions while pushing my technical skills to the next level. Nathan thinks this trip will be transformative for both of us, Claire announced Friday evening, packing her brand new backpack with items that looked more suited for a fashion photo shoot than actual outdoor activity. He says being in nature together will deepen our connection and help me understand what I'm really looking for in life. He's planning this whole mindfulness experience where we disconnect from technology and focus on being present with each other and the natural world. I wished her well and genuinely meant it, hoping she'd find whatever clarity she was seeking through this adventure. Saturday morning at 4:30 a.m., Isabella and I left for the mountains in her well-used SUV, driving through winding back roads while she shared stories about her experiences photographing jaguars in the Costa Rican rainforest and the incredible patience required to capture wildlife in their natural habitat without disturbing their behavior patterns. Most people think nature photography is about finding pretty scenes, she explained as we navigated switchback curves in the pre-dawn darkness. But it's really about understanding ecosystems and learning to become invisible so you can document authentic moments. When we reached the summit and I watched the sun paint the valley below in colors I'd never noticed before, I finally understood what she meant about photography being meditation in motion, a way of connecting with the world that transcended mere documentation. Isabella taught me how to read the landscape like a story, to anticipate how light would change throughout the morning hours, and to frame shots that captured not just what we saw but the emotions and energy we felt in those moments. "You have an intuitive understanding of composition that can't be taught," she said as I adjusted my camera settings for a particularly striking rock formation silhouetted against the emerging dawn light. "Most people try too hard to force the perfect shot, but you're learning to let the moment reveal itself naturally. That's the difference between taking pictures and creating art." We spent hours exploring different vantage points around the overlook, and I found myself completely absorbed in the technical and artistic challenges of capturing the essence of what we were experiencing together. Claire returned Sunday evening with a collection of carefully posed selfies and what appeared to be a slightly strained expression that she was trying to hide behind forced enthusiasm. "How was your wellness retreat?" I asked, genuinely curious about her experience and hoping she'd found the meaningful connection she'd been seeking. "It was definitely educational," she replied in a tone that suggested it hadn't gone quite as planned or as she'd expected. "Nathan spent most of the time taking photos of himself for his social media accounts and talking about his follower count and engagement rates. Apparently, he's trying to become a fitness influencer and thought the mountain backdrop would be perfect for his brand aesthetic." I nodded sympathetically while uploading my own photos from the weekend expedition, images that Isabella had helped me capture showing the raw beauty of dawn breaking over ancient stone formations and misty forest valleys. The contrast in our weekend activities was becoming impossible to ignore. He also mentioned that he's launching a new supplement line and wondered if I'd be interested in promoting it on my Instagram for a commission, Claire continued, her voice carrying a note of disappointment and disillusionment I hadn't heard before. I guess I was expecting more focus on actual outdoor exploration and personal growth, but it felt more like a business networking opportunity disguised as spiritual connection. He kept talking about leveraging nature content for his personal brand expansion. I showed her some of the photographs from my mountain expedition, images that captured misty valleys and golden light filtering through ancient pine trees, and her expression shifted dramatically as she realized the stark difference between our weekend experiences and what they revealed about our respective connections. "These are absolutely incredible, Mark. You took these yourself?" she asked, studying the images with what appeared to be genuine surprise and perhaps a hint of something that looked like envy. "Isabella taught me how to see the landscape differently, how to wait for the right moment instead of forcing it," I explained. "She's amazing at reading natural patterns and helping you understand how light tells stories about place and time. She says every location has its own personality that reveals itself if you're patient enough to listen." Claire studied the photos more closely, and I could see her processing the quality gap between Nathan's selfie-focused outdoor adventure and the genuine artistry I'd been learning under Isabella's guidance. "Isabella sounds incredibly talented," she said quietly, her voice carrying a note I couldn't quite identify. "She really is. Tomorrow she's showing me her complete portfolio from the Costa Rica Conservation Project. National Geographic is seriously considering featuring some of her wildlife shots in an upcoming issue about rainforest preservation efforts." The contrast between Nathan's supplement-pushing social media ambitions and Isabella's legitimate artistic achievements seemed to hit Claire like a physical revelation, and I watched her realize that while she'd been playing elaborate games designed to provoke jealousy, I'd somehow stumbled into something with actual substance, meaning, and genuine creative fulfillment. Claire discovered Isabella's photography had been featured in National Geographic when she decided to investigate my photography instructor online, something that became apparent when I found her scrolling through Isabella's professional website at 2 a.m. on a Tuesday night. I pretended not to notice her research session, but the next morning she casually mentioned that she'd looked up Isabella out of curiosity and seemed genuinely shaken by what she'd found. Isabella's portfolio showcased exhibitions in major cities like New York, San Francisco, and Miami, with prestigious awards from the International Photography Association and recognition from conservation organizations for her environmental documentary work. Her studio downtown wasn't just a local photography business. It was a respected artistic enterprise that regularly collaborated with museums, galleries, and international publications on projects that actually mattered to the global community. I had no idea Isabella was so accomplished, Claire said over breakfast, her voice carrying a mixture of surprise and what sounded suspiciously like anxiety. Her website shows work from all over the world, and some of those awards are really impressive. She's not just a photography teacher, is she? I explained that Isabella had only started teaching recently as a way to give back to the artistic community while building her new studio location, and that most of her time was spent on high-level commercial and conservation projects that took her to remote locations around the globe. Meanwhile, Claire's gym trainer Nathan had reached out to her with a business proposition that revealed the true nature of his interest in their connection. He asked her to promote his new protein powder line on her social media accounts for a commission structure that would give her a small percentage of sales while he kept the majority of profits. Nathan wants me to become part of his brand ambassador program, she announced, though her enthusiasm seemed forced and brittle. He thinks my lifestyle aesthetic would be perfect for marketing his supplements to women who want to achieve their fitness goals. The contrast between Nathan's shallow opportunism and Isabella's accomplished artistry was becoming impossible for Claire to ignore, especially when she realized that Nathan saw her primarily as a marketing channel rather than a romantic interest. When I mentioned that Isabella had offered me a junior partnership in her new studio venture, Claire's reaction was immediate and intense. A partnership? What kind of partnership exactly? She asked, setting down her coffee cup with enough force to make it rattle against the saucer. I explained that Isabella valued my business background and vision for expanding her studio into commercial photography, something that could potentially provide corporate headshots, product photography, and event coverage for local businesses while maintaining her artistic integrity. She thinks my analytical skills and understanding of market dynamics could help her scale the business without compromising the quality that's made her reputation, I said, genuinely excited about the possibility of combining creative work with strategic planning. It's still just a conversation, but the idea of being involved in something meaningful and creative is incredibly appealing. Claire's face went through a series of expressions that I'd never seen before, cycling from disbelief to panic to something that looked almost like fear. You're talking about changing careers? Leaving your stable job for photography? Not immediately, but maybe eventually. Isabella thinks there's real potential for growth, and I've discovered I have a genuine passion for this work that I never expected. I watched Claire process this information while her own exploration with Nathan was revealing itself to be nothing more than a shallow attempt to use her appearance for his business ventures. The realization that she was being treated as a marketing tool while I was being offered genuine partnership and creative opportunities seemed to fundamentally shift her understanding of our parallel journeys. I think I might have misjudged what Nathan was offering, she said quietly, staring at her phone where his latest message about supplement promotion was still visible. I thought he saw potential in me as a person, but I'm starting to realize he just sees potential in me as a customer base. The irony wasn't lost on either of us. While she'd been seeking validation through someone who viewed her as a business opportunity, I'd found someone who genuinely appreciated my talents and offered real partnership in meaningful work that could transform my entire career trajectory. Claire attempted to end her training sessions with Nathan the following week, claiming she wanted to refocus on our marriage and put our relationship first. But when she called to cancel their upcoming sessions, he immediately shifted into pure sales mode and tried to convince her to at least continue promoting his supplement line since she'd already built a social media following interested in her fitness journey. He didn't even seem disappointed that I was ending the training, she told me that evening, her voice carrying a hurt that she was trying desperately to hide behind casual indifference. He just pivoted straight into talking about maintaining our business relationship and how I could still be valuable to his brand expansion even without the personal training component. He said my lifestyle aesthetic was too valuable to his marketing strategy to just walk away from. The conversation had apparently lasted 45 minutes, with Nathan explaining his commission structure, discussing posting schedules, and outlining content creation expectations that would have essentially turned Claire into an unpaid intern for his social media empire. Meanwhile, I had to tell her that I wouldn't be able to reduce my involvement with Isabella or step back from the photography work, because she just presented me with an opportunity that could fundamentally change my entire professional trajectory. Isabella wants me to become a junior partner in her new studio venture, I explained over dinner at our kitchen table, watching Claire's face carefully as I shared this significant development. She's expanding her business into commercial photography and needs someone with strong business experience to help manage client relationships, develop strategic growth plans, and handle the financial aspects of scaling the operation. It's a real opportunity to build something meaningful from the ground up while combining creative work with strategic planning. Claire set down her fork with deliberate precision and stared at me with an expression that cycled through surprise, disbelief, and what appeared to be genuine fear. So you're choosing her over working on our marriage? After 8 years together, you're willing to throw away everything we've built for some photography partnership. I'm choosing an opportunity that could define the rest of my career and provide fulfillment I never knew was possible, I replied, keeping my voice steady and reasonable. This isn't about choosing anyone over anything. It's about recognizing when something extraordinary presents itself and having the courage to pursue it rather than settling for mediocrity out of fear. She accused me of having an emotional affair, which struck me as profoundly hypocritical given everything that had transpired with Nathan over the past several months of her deliberate exploration. You're spending more time with Isabella than you spend with me, she said, her voice rising with frustration and what sounded increasingly like desperation. You talk about her constantly, you get excited when you tell me about your photography sessions, you're planning a business future with her, and now you're telling me you won't step back from this relationship even when I'm asking you to prioritize our marriage and work on what we have together. I pointed out the obvious irony in her accusation, calmly reminding her that she'd been the one who initiated this entire exploration phase of our marriage and had spent weeks talking enthusiastically about Nathan, planning weekend activities with Nathan, and essentially building an intimate relationship with another person while I supported her journey of self-discovery without complaint or jealousy. The difference is that I wasn't trying to make you jealous or test your commitment to me, I said, maintaining my composure despite her increasingly emotional accusations. I was genuinely pursuing something that interests me intellectually and creatively, working with someone who values what I bring to the table and sees potential in me that extends far beyond my current circumstances. Claire's attempts at reconciliation became increasingly desperate and frantic as she realized that her carefully orchestrated strategy had backfired in ways she'd never anticipated or planned for. She offered to stop seeing Nathan completely, to delete his contact information from her phone, to block him on all social media platforms, and to focus entirely on rebuilding our marriage and rediscovering what had originally brought us together. But I explained that the fundamental damage wasn't really about Nathan specifically, it was about the manipulative approach she'd taken to our entire relationship. You treated our marriage like a strategic game where you could create artificial drama to test my reactions and prove your own desirability, I said, trying to help her understand why her desperate offers felt hollow and reactive rather than authentic. Isabella doesn't play games or create unnecessary drama. She communicates directly about her needs and expectations, values genuine collaboration over manufactured conflict, and approaches relationships with honesty and authenticity. That's not something you can compete with by simply changing your behavior temporarily when you realize you're losing control. The revelation that Isabella genuinely appreciated my business background and saw real potential in partnering with me professionally seemed to highlight everything that had been missing in my marriage with Claire for years. Isabella sees possibilities in me that you've never acknowledged or even seemed to notice, I continued, feeling the weight of this truth as I spoke it aloud. She values my analytical skills, actively seeks my opinions about business strategy and creative direction, and treats me like an equal partner in decision-making processes. When was the last time you asked for my input on something important in your life, or showed genuine interest in my professional development and career aspirations, or made me feel like my contributions and perspectives actually mattered to you? Claire promised desperately that she would change completely, that she would become more supportive and appreciative of who I was, that she would stop taking me for granted and start treating me with the respect and recognition I deserved as her partner. But her promises felt entirely reactive rather than authentic, responses to losing something she'd assumed would always be available rather than genuine recognition of my actual value. You're promising to change because you're losing control of the situation and you're panicking, I observed with a clarity that surprised even me. Isabella didn't have to promise to value me or make dramatic declarations about appreciating my worth. She just does, naturally and consistently, because that's who she is and how she approaches relationships. That's the difference between someone who sees your worth immediately and someone who only recognizes it when it's being threatened or taken away. The conversation ended with me explaining that I had learned the profound difference between authentic connection and manipulative testing, and that I was no longer willing to participate in relationships that required me to constantly prove my worth through manufactured drama rather than being appreciated and valued for who I actually was as a person. Claire moved out temporarily the following week, staying with her book club friends who had originally encouraged her exploration, and were now offering her their guest rooms while she figured out her next steps. The irony wasn't lost on me that the same divorced women who had convinced her that she needed to test our marriage were now housing her after that strategy had completely backfired in the most spectacular way possible. I think we both need some space to figure out what we really want, she announced while packing her bags with shaking hands, though her voice carried none of the confidence she'd displayed when this whole situation began months earlier. Maybe some time apart will help us both gain perspective on what we're willing to fight for and what really matters in our relationship. I helped her carry boxes to her car, maintaining the same supportive and caring demeanor I'd shown throughout her entire journey of self-discovery, which seemed to frustrate her more than anger or jealousy would have. She kept glancing at me as if waiting for me to break down and beg her to stay, but that moment never came. 2 weeks later, she called my phone 3 times before I answered, and asked in a voice that sounded smaller and more vulnerable than I'd heard in years if we could meet for coffee to discuss our marriage and where we wanted to go from here. I agreed, genuinely curious about what she hoped to accomplish with this conversation, and we met at the same cafe where we'd had our first date 8 years earlier, a choice that felt deliberately symbolic and emotionally manipulative on her part. I've been doing a lot of thinking and soul-searching, she began, her hands wrapped tightly around her coffee cup like it might provide some kind of stability or comfort. I realize now that I made some terrible, terrible mistakes. I got completely caught up in what my friends were saying about marriage being a trap and about needing to explore other options before it was too late. I should never have listened to them instead of trusting what we had built together. She begged me desperately to reconsider and work on our marriage, promising with tears in her eyes that she now understood what she'd almost thrown away and was ready to be the supportive, appreciative partner I had always deserved. I know I took you for granted, Mark. I see that so clearly now. You were stable and reliable and supportive, and I started thinking that meant boring and predictable, but watching you with Isabella has made me realize that stability isn't the opposite of excitement. It's actually the foundation that makes real growth and adventure possible. Her words sounded carefully rehearsed, like she'd practiced this entire speech multiple times in front of a mirror, and I could hear the obvious influence of whatever self-help books or relationship articles her divorced friends had recommended to help her win me back from what they probably saw as a midlife crisis. But I explained patiently that the fundamental issue went much deeper than her temporary fascination with Nathan or even the manipulative testing behavior she'd engaged in over the past several months. The problem isn't just what happened with Nathan, I said, keeping my voice gentle but absolutely firm in my resolve. It's that you approached our entire marriage as something that needed to be constantly evaluated and tested rather than nurtured and appreciated for what it was. Isabella has shown me what it feels like to be genuinely valued for my actual contributions rather than constantly tested for my reactions to manufactured drama and artificial crises. I detailed how Isabella challenged me intellectually and professionally in ways that made me feel energized, purposeful, and genuinely excited about the future, while Claire's approach throughout our relationship had consistently been to create problems and then demand that I solve them to prove my love and commitment to her satisfaction. Isabella sees potential in me and actively works to help me develop and realize it. She asks thoughtful, probing questions about my ideas, builds constructively on my suggestions, and treats our collaboration as a genuine partnership between equals. When was the last time you approached our relationship with that kind of mutual respect and intellectual curiosity? Claire promised desperately and frantically to change everything about how she approached our relationship, insisting that she could become more supportive and intellectually engaging, that she could learn to appreciate me properly and stop taking me for granted. But I pointed out that this pattern of testing and emotional manipulation had defined not just the past few months but essentially our entire 8-year relationship history if I was being completely honest about it. Remember when you'd deliberately flirt with other guys at parties to see if I'd get jealous and possessive? Or when you'd make plans with your friends without telling me, then get upset and accusatory if I made my own plans for the same evening? Or how you'd consistently bring up problems in our relationship right before important work presentations to see if I'd prioritize you over my career advancement? I watched her face carefully as she slowly recognized the pervasive pattern I was describing, years and years of manufactured tests and artificial drama designed to make me constantly prove my commitment rather than simply appreciating and building on the solid foundation we had created together. Isabella represents true partnership and mutual growth. While our marriage had gradually become an endless series of tests I was constantly required to take and retake to prove my worthiness. I'm exhausted from being examined and evaluated, Claire. I want to be appreciated and valued for who I actually am. The conversation ended with me making the conscious choice of growth and authenticity over familiarity and false security, explaining that Isabella represented not just romantic possibility but genuine professional opportunity and personal development that I had never experienced before in any relationship. You actually taught me something incredibly valuable about myself, I said as we prepared to leave the cafe for what I knew would be the last time as a married couple. I learned that I don't have to settle for relationships where I'm constantly proving my worth and jumping through hoops to earn basic respect. Isabella showed me what it feels like to be with someone who sees my value immediately and works actively to amplify it rather than test it at every opportunity. Claire sat quietly for a long, heavy moment, staring into her empty coffee cup like it might contain answers to questions she was afraid to ask out loud. So this is really over? 8 years of marriage, and you're just walking away from everything we built together? I'm not walking away from 8 years, I replied with a certainty that surprised even me. I'm walking towards something infinitely better and more fulfilling. You gave me explicit permission to explore other options, remember? You encouraged me to find myself and discover what I really wanted. I found something extraordinary, and I'm choosing to pursue it with everything I have. 8 months later, Isabella and I were featured on the cover of the local arts magazine after our photography studio won a major commercial contract with the city's largest hotel chain, providing all their marketing photography and event documentation. The article described our business as a perfect blend of artistic vision and strategic planning, and highlighted how our partnership had revolutionized local commercial photography standards. Isabella's wildlife conservation work had indeed been featured in National Geographic, and the recognition had brought high-profile clients to our studio from across the region. I found myself genuinely fulfilled in ways I'd never imagined possible, combining my business background with creative work that felt meaningful and impactful. The day the magazine hit newsstands, Isabella and I announced our engagement in the same publication, with a photo of us working together in our studio, her adjusting lighting while I reviewed client portfolios, both of us completely absorbed in the collaborative process that had become the foundation of both our professional and personal relationship. Meanwhile, Claire had reconciled with Nathan after his supplement line failed and he'd moved on to promoting them both as a fitness power couple in his social media marketing materials. According to mutual friends, she was working as his unpaid social media manager while he pursued his influencer dreams, essentially doing all the content creation and business development work while he took credit and collected whatever modest revenue their combined followings generated. I genuinely felt no satisfaction in hearing about her struggles, only a distant sadness that she'd never learned to value authentic partnership over manufactured drama. When I reflected on everything that had happened, I realized that Claire's need to explore other options had inadvertently led me to discover my true potential with someone who saw my value immediately rather than constantly testing it through artificial scenarios designed to prove my commitment and devotion. As I drove home that afternoon through familiar streets that somehow looked completely different, I felt a profound sense of clarity and inner peace that had been missing from my life for years. The guilt and uncertainty I'd expected to feel about ending my marriage were completely absent, replaced by genuine excitement about the future I was building with someone who truly valued partnership over power games and authenticity over manipulation. She said, "I settled too young, I want better." After 15 years, my wife left for a bad boy. I set her free. Now he's in prison, and her own kids won't even respect her. I thought I had built something unshakable with Amanda and our twin daughters in suburban Atlanta, but sometimes the foundation you trust most is the one that crumbles without warning. I'm Michael, 41, a civil engineer who believed in structure, planning, and building things to last. For 15 years, Amanda and I had what I thought was a solid marriage built on shared values and genuine partnership. We owned a 4-bedroom house with a 2-car garage in a quiet cul-de-sac, took annual camping trips to the North Georgia mountains with 13-year-old Sophia and Grace, and hosted weekend barbecues where our neighbors actually showed up and stayed past sunset. I coached the girls' soccer teams on Saturdays, Amanda worked as a marketing coordinator at a small firm downtown, and our biggest arguments were about whose turn it was to drive carpool or whether we needed to replace the dishwasher this year. The routine felt comfortable, predictable in the best possible way. Amanda used to joke that I was her steady rock, and she was grateful for the security I provided after growing up in a chaotic household where her parents fought constantly about money. I'd wake up at 6 a.m., make coffee for both of us, kiss Amanda goodbye as she rushed out the door with her travel mug, then get the twins ready for school. Evenings meant homework help, family dinners at our oak dining table, and Netflix shows we'd actually finish together. Weekends involved soccer games, grocery runs to Costco, and the girls' friends sleeping over while Amanda and I grilled burgers and pretended not to eavesdrop on teenage drama. It wasn't glamorous, but it was ours. Everything started shifting when Amanda joined the Riverside Community Theater Group last spring. She'd mentioned wanting to try something creative, maybe meet new people outside her work circle, so I encouraged her to audition for their production of Steel Magnolias. She got cast as Truvi, the salon owner, and suddenly had rehearsals 3 nights a week plus weekend tech runs. The first few weeks, she'd come home energized around 9 p.m., practicing lines while brushing her teeth and talking animatedly about the other cast members. I was happy seeing her passionate about something beyond work and household routines. Then she started mentioning Dante, the theater's lighting technician who also happened to be a motorcycle mechanic with full sleeve tattoos, a leather jacket that never seemed to come off, and stories about riding cross-country with no destination in mind. Dante's been everywhere, she'd say while folding laundry, her voice taking on this dreamy quality. He's lived in 12 different states, worked construction in Colorado, bartended in New Orleans, even spent a summer in Alaska fishing. Can you imagine just picking up and going wherever you want? I'd nod politely while organizing the girls' school papers, but something in her tone made me uncomfortable. She sounded like she was describing some exotic fantasy rather than a guy who couldn't hold down a steady job. She started staying out later after rehearsals, claiming the cast was bonding over drinks at some dive bar called Murphy's that apparently had live music and authentic atmosphere. Her conservative work wardrobe of blouses and slacks gradually gave way to tighter jeans, leather jackets borrowed from who knows where, and boots with metal buckles that clinked when she walked. When I gently mentioned the changes, she accused me of being controlling and judgmental. "I'm just expressing myself for once," she'd snap, applying darker makeup than she'd worn since college. "Not everyone wants to wear khakis and polo shirts forever, Michael. Some of us want to feel alive." The casual dismissal of everything about my appearance and lifestyle stung more than I wanted to admit. The first real warning came during Sophia's 13th birthday party in our backyard. I'd spent weeks planning it, booking tables and chairs, coordinating with other parents about dietary restrictions, ordering a custom soccer-themed cake because that's what she'd specifically asked for. Amanda showed up 20 minutes late, smelling like cigarettes and motorcycle exhaust, and immediately started comparing my gift, a professional soccer ball signed by the entire Atlanta United team, which had taken me 3 months to arrange through a client connection, to some spontaneous gesture Dante had made for his 8-year-old niece. Dante just surprised her with a motorcycle ride to see the sunset last weekend, she announced to our friends, neighbors, and the other parents. No planning, no spreadsheets, no calling ahead to make sure it was allowed. Just pure magic and living in the moment. The silence that followed was deafening. I felt my face burn with embarrassment as our friends exchanged uncomfortable glances. Sophia looked confused and hurt, clearly not understanding why her carefully planned party was being criticized. Grace started crying quietly, and I spent the rest of the afternoon pretending everything was normal while Amanda texted constantly on her phone, occasionally laughing at whatever responses she was getting. That night, after the girls were asleep, I tried to address what had happened. Amanda, what you said today about Dante and the gift comparison, it really hurt. And it confused the girls. She rolled her eyes. Everything's so serious with you, Michael. Can't you just lighten up? Dante would have laughed it off. There it was again. Dante would have done this. Dante thinks that. Dante says this about life. I was starting to hate hearing his name, but I had no idea how much worse it was about to get. Amanda's obsession with Dante intensified over the following months, and she began systematically dismantling everything we'd built together with surgical precision. She started questioning every aspect of our marriage and lifestyle choices, treating our 15-year partnership like some kind of prison sentence she'd accidentally signed. Do you ever wonder what we missed by getting married so young? She'd ask while scrolling through Dante's social media posts showing him at motorcycle rallies and dive bars. I was only 23 when we got engaged. I never got to experience real freedom. I'd remind her that she'd been the one pushing for marriage back then, scared of commitment issues after watching her parents' messy divorce. But now, according to Amanda's revised history, I had somehow trapped her into domesticity before she could discover her true self. She began criticizing my career stability with increasing venom, calling my engineering job mind-numbing, and suggesting that Dante's varied work experience showed real courage and authenticity. When I pointed out that irregular employment wasn't necessarily something to aspire to, she accused me of being judgmental and close-minded. Dante has stories, Michael. He's lived. You've been in the same office building for 8 years doing the same calculations. Our mortgage payments became another target. She'd complain about being tied down to property ownership while Dante rented month to month and could move whenever inspiration struck. The irony that her name was also on the deed and she'd been thrilled about homeownership when we bought the place seemed completely lost on her. Most painful was when she started questioning our decision to have children, something that cut deeper than any attack on my character or career. Dante says having kids that young was probably a mistake, she announced one evening while Sophia and Grace did homework at the kitchen table, well within earshot. He thinks we robbed ourselves of our prime years. I watched our daughters' faces change, saw the confusion and hurt in their eyes, and felt something harden inside my chest. Maybe we should discuss this privately, I said through gritted teeth. But it's not like it's a secret. Everyone knows parents sacrifice their dreams for their kids. The casual cruelty in her voice was breathtaking. I discovered Amanda had been lying about theater rehearsals and was actually going to bars and motorcycle rallies with Dante most nights. When I confronted her with photo evidence from her friend's Instagram, pictures of her on the back of Dante's Harley at some biker gathering in Macon, she didn't even try to deny it. So what? I'm an adult. I can go wherever I want with whoever I want. It's not about where you go, Amanda. It's about the lying. We used to tell each other everything. She laughed, but it wasn't a happy sound. We used to do a lot of things differently. People change, Michael. Maybe you should try it sometime. The conversation escalated when I asked her directly about her feelings for Dante. Her response was designed to inflict maximum damage. Dante understands my need for excitement and passion. He doesn't analyze everything to death or make spreadsheets for fun. When I'm with him, I remember what it feels like to be desired instead of just convenient. That word, convenient, hit like a physical blow. 15 years of marriage, and she saw me as convenient. The final breaking point came on a Tuesday night when our daughters overheard Amanda on the phone with Dante in our bedroom. I was helping Grace with algebra when we heard Amanda's voice carry down the hall. I feel trapped in this suburban prison with a man who has no vision for life beyond his next promotion and mortgage payment. You make me feel alive again. Sophia and Grace looked at me with wide, horrified eyes. Grace started crying silently, and Sophia's face went white with shock. I had to explain to my 13-year-old daughters that their mother was going through a difficult time while internally raged that she could be so careless with their emotional well-being. That night, I realized our marriage wasn't just in trouble, it was already over. Amanda had mentally and emotionally left months ago. I was just the last person to accept reality. The end came during what I thought would be a normal family dinner at Romano's, our favorite Italian restaurant where we'd celebrated anniversaries and the girls' good report cards for years. I'd made reservations hoping to reconnect as a family, maybe find some way to salvage what we'd built together. Sophia and Grace were excited, chattering about their upcoming school science fair while twirling spaghetti and stealing bites of each other's garlic bread. For a brief moment, it felt like old times. Then Amanda cleared her throat and delivered the words that shattered everything. I need to tell you all something important. I've decided to leave your father. Dante and I are going to live together, and I'll be moving out this weekend. The silence that followed was suffocating. Sophia's fork clattered onto her plate, Grace's eyes filled with tears, and I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. Amanda, maybe we should discuss this privately first, I managed to say, glancing at our daughters' shocked faces. No, Michael. I'm done hiding who I really am. Girls, I know this is hard to understand, but sometimes adults realize they've settled too young and need to follow their hearts before it's too late. I deserve to experience real passion and adventure. Settled too young. There was the phrase that would haunt me for months. Our entire marriage, our family, our life together had been Amanda settling. Grace started crying openly while Sophia stared at her mother with something approaching disgust. So you're leaving us for some guy with a motorcycle? Sophia asked, her voice cracking. You're choosing him over your own family? Amanda's response was chilling in its selfishness. I'm choosing myself, Sophia. For once in my life, I'm putting my happiness first. You girls will understand when you're older. The drive home was silent except for Grace's quiet sobbing in the backseat. That night, I held both my daughters while they cried themselves to sleep, promising them that we'd get through this together while internally wondering how I was going to explain to two 13-year-olds why their mother had abandoned them for a man she'd known for 6 months. Amanda moved out within a week, taking half our savings, her clothes, and absolutely zero responsibility for the emotional destruction she'd left behind. She packed while the girls were at school, leaving me to come home to missing furniture and half-empty closets. The house felt hollow, like someone had sucked all the warmth out of it. I found myself explaining to Sophia and Grace why their mother had chosen a man she barely knew over the family she'd helped create. Grace became withdrawn, barely speaking and picking at her food during dinner. Sophia developed anger issues at school, getting into arguments with teachers and classmates. Their grades started slipping, and I received calls from concerned counselors who could see the girls were struggling but didn't know the full story. I was drowning, trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy while processing my own betrayal and watching my daughter's world crumble. I took on extra projects at work to afford the mortgage alone since Amanda's income had helped cover our monthly expenses. The overtime meant less time with the girls when they needed me most, but keeping our home seemed important for their stability. The mandatory co-parenting counseling sessions were torture. Amanda would show up with Dante, flaunting their relationship while acting like the victim of an oppressive marriage. She'd hold his hand during discussions about custody arrangements and speak about their authentic connection, while our daughters sat there watching their mother prioritize her boyfriend over their emotional needs. Michael was always so controlling, she'd tell the counselor, rewriting history with stunning audacity. I finally found someone who accepts me for who I really am. I'd sit there listening to this revisionist nonsense, watching Dante smirk like he'd won some kind of prize, while trying to focus on what was best for Sophia and Grace rather than my own rage and humiliation. The most devastating part wasn't Amanda's betrayal, it was watching our daughters lose faith in the concept of family itself. They'd seen their mother abandon everything for selfish desires, and I could see them wondering if love and commitment were just illusions that adults eventually outgrow. I made the conscious decision to focus entirely on healing my daughter's emotional wounds while rebuilding our fractured family dynamic from the ground up. The first step was getting all three of us into therapy with Dr. Sarah Martinez, a family counselor who specialized in helping children process parental abandonment. Initially, both girls resisted the idea, viewing therapy as admission that something was fundamentally wrong with them, but after a few sessions, they began opening up about their anger, confusion, and feelings of rejection that they'd been bottling up since Amanda's announcement. I learned to cook elaborate meals that went far beyond my previous repertoire of grilled cheese and spaghetti, studying YouTube videos late into the night to master their favorite dishes and creating new weekend traditions around trying recipes from different countries that we'd locate on a world map afterward. Saturdays became our adventure days where we'd explore the Appalachian Mountains within a 2-hour drive, taking photos of waterfalls with my old digital camera and teaching the girls basic rock climbing techniques at state parks where rangers offered safety lessons. These outdoor excursions gave us space to talk without the distractions of home, and I watched Sophia and Grace slowly start to smile again as they conquered their fears and built confidence on challenging hiking trails that seemed impossible when we started but became routine accomplishments. Meanwhile, Amanda seemed absolutely ecstatic in her new life with Dante, posting constant social media updates of motorcycle trips to Savannah and Asheville, concert nights at venues I'd never heard of where she'd pose with drinks I never knew she liked, and weekend getaways to mountain cabins where they appeared more vibrant and alive than I'd seen Amanda look in years. Her Instagram feed became a carefully curated showcase of freedom and adventure, with captions about living authentically and following your bliss that felt like passive-aggressive commentary on our former life together, as if every photo was designed to prove how much happier she was without us weighing her down. The girls had court-mandated weekends with Amanda and Dante every other Friday through Sunday, arrangements that initially filled me with dread as I watched Sophia and Grace reluctantly pack their overnight bags with the resignation of prisoners heading to unwanted sentences. They'd return home on Sunday evenings with disturbing stories about loud arguments that lasted past midnight and could be heard through the thin apartment walls, Dante's heavy drinking that left empty beer bottles covering every surface in their cramped living space, and feeling like unwelcome guests in their mother's new life who were tolerated rather than cherished. Dante told us we're too loud when we watch TV, even during the day, Grace confided during one of our family dinners. And Mom just nodded like she agreed with him instead of defending us. Sophia was more direct in her assessment. He treats us like we're annoying kids who ruin their fun. Mom acts completely different when he's around, like she's trying to impress him instead of being our mother. She even laughs at his mean jokes about us. I documented everything they told me in a leather-bound journal my lawyer had suggested, maintaining careful records while refusing to badmouth Amanda despite my daughter's growing resentment toward their mother's choices. The temptation to validate their anger was enormous, especially when they'd ask why their mother had chosen Dante over them, but Dr. Martinez had warned me that turning children against their other parent would only damage them further in the long run and could backfire legally. Instead, I focused on creating stability and security in our own home, establishing predictable routines that gave the girls something reliable to count on when everything else in their world felt uncertain. We started having family meetings every Sunday night where we'd plan the upcoming week, discuss any problems or concerns, and celebrate small victories like good grades or successful social interactions. I taught them basic financial literacy, explaining how budgets worked and involving them in age-appropriate decisions about household expenses, partly because I wanted them to understand the value of stability and partly because I hoped they'd never find themselves financially dependent on someone who might abandon them. The transformation in our home dynamic was gradual but unmistakable. Without Amanda's constant criticism and emotional volatility, the atmosphere became calmer and more positive. The girls started bringing friends over again, something they'd stopped doing during the final months of my marriage when Amanda's mood swings made everyone uncomfortable. I overheard Sophia telling her best friend Emma that our house feels happy again, which both broke my heart and filled me with determination to keep building something better from the ashes of what we'd lost. Dante's true nature emerged gradually as Amanda's fairy tale romance turned into a nightmare of control and manipulation that she was either too proud or too scared to admit. The girls began returning from their weekends with increasingly disturbing stories that painted a picture of psychological abuse disguised as passionate romance. They reported that Dante had established rules in their apartment that seemed designed to eliminate any traces of Amanda's maternal responsibilities. No schoolwork was allowed because it killed the vibe, no Disney movies because they were for babies, and no talking about their life with me because it brought negative energy into his space. He told us we're just baggage that comes with mom, Sophia revealed during one of our therapy sessions with Dr. Martinez. And when Grace started crying, he said crying was manipulation and locked us both out on the balcony for an hour while he and mom had a serious discussion about boundaries. The balcony incident particularly disturbed me because their third-floor apartment balcony was barely large enough for 2 adults, let alone suitable for punishing children. When I asked Grace about it privately, she described feeling terrified and confused while listening to Dante yell at their mother through the sliding glass door about enabling spoiled behavior. Amanda had begun showing up to custody exchanges with bruises she claimed were from motorcycle accidents, though her explanations became increasingly elaborate and defensive when I expressed concern. Dante's teaching me to ride, she'd say, touching a purple mark on her forearm that looked suspiciously like finger impressions. It's harder than it looks, and I'm still learning to balance. But her behavior during these exchanges became increasingly erratic and jumpy, constantly checking her phone and cutting conversations short with obvious anxiety about getting back to Dante quickly. Through careful conversations with the girls, I discovered that Dante had developed a gambling addiction that was consuming Amanda's savings at an alarming rate. He'd convinced her to loan him money for sure-thing poker games and sports betting schemes that never seemed to pay off but always required just one more investment to break even. Mom cries a lot when she thinks we're asleep, Grace confided one Sunday evening after a particularly tense weekend visit. She was on the phone with the bank, and Dante was pacing around yelling about how she didn't trust him and how real couples support each other's dreams. Amanda had started missing work frequently, and her coworkers began calling me when she failed to show up for important meetings or client presentations, revealing the extent of her personal decline. Her supervisor, Janet, reached out directly after Amanda missed 3 consecutive days without calling in. Michael, I know this is awkward given your situation, but Amanda's job is in jeopardy. She's been completely unreliable, and when she does show up, she seems distracted and exhausted. I thought you should know because of the girls. The financial pressure was clearly mounting as Amanda's credit cards reached their limits, funding Dante's various schemes and their expensive lifestyle of constant entertainment and spontaneous trips. The girls mentioned overhearing arguments about money that would escalate into screaming matches, with Dante accusing Amanda of being selfish and materialistic when she expressed concern about their mounting debts. He told her that people who really love each other don't keep score about money, Sophia reported with mature insight that broke my heart. But then he got mad when she couldn't pay for dinner at some expensive restaurant he wanted to try. Most telling was Amanda's gradual isolation from her friends and family members who had begun expressing concerns about her relationship. The girls mentioned that Amanda's sister Lisa was no longer welcome at their apartment after she'd questioned Dante's treatment of the children, and Amanda had stopped attending family gatherings to avoid confrontations about her choices. Her mother called me directly, something she'd never done before, to express her worry. Michael, I barely recognize my daughter anymore. She looks exhausted and scared, but she gets defensive and angry whenever anyone suggests that Dante might not be good for her. The fairy tale romance that had seemed so intoxicating and liberating was revealing itself to be a carefully constructed trap, but Amanda was either too deep in denial or too afraid of admitting her mistake to acknowledge the reality of her situation. I watched from a distance as the woman who had called me boring and predictable discovered that chaos and unpredictability weren't as romantic as she'd imagined when they became the foundation of daily life. 11 months after Amanda had walked out of our family dinner announcing her need for real passion, she called me at 2:17 a.m. sobbing hysterically, begging to come home after Dante had threatened her during a violent outburst that had finally shattered her illusions about their relationship. Michael, please, I know I don't deserve your help, but I'm scared and I don't know where else to turn, she whispered into the phone, her voice shaking with genuine terror. Dante threw a beer bottle at the wall next to my head tonight. The glass cut my cheek and he said next time he wouldn't miss. I sat up in bed, instantly alert despite the late hour, and asked if she needed medical attention or police assistance. She begged me not to call authorities, claiming it would only make things worse, and instead pleaded for permission to come back home, just until I can figure out what to do. The conversation that followed was one of the most difficult of my life, requiring me to balance my concern for her safety with the reality of what her return would mean for our daughter's emotional stability. Amanda, you can't just move back in like nothing happened. You destroyed our marriage and traumatized our children for a man you barely knew. I realize that now, she cried. I was completely wrong about everything. I threw away the best thing in my life for someone who turned out to be a manipulative abuser. I want to fix this, Michael. I want to rebuild our family and make amends for all the damage I've caused. The woman who had once called our life together settling was now claiming to have realized her mistake and wanted to rebuild our family, promising to attend intensive marriage counseling and change completely if I'd give her another chance. But as I listened to her desperate pleas, I realized that the person who would have taken her back no longer existed inside me. Amanda, I can't do this. You didn't just leave me, you destroyed Sophia and Grace's sense of security and made them question whether family bonds mean anything at all. Her pleas intensified dramatically when she lost her job 3 weeks later due to excessive absences and erratic behavior, leaving her completely financially dependent on a man who had already shown his true character through threats and violence. She began showing up at my workplace during lunch breaks, creating scenes in the parking lot that embarrassed me in front of colleagues and forced my supervisor to ask if I needed security assistance. The most manipulative attempt came when she started appearing at the girls' middle school, intercepting them after classes to plead her case and ask them to convince me to let her move back home. This backfired spectacularly when both Sophia and Grace told her directly that they preferred their new, peaceful life without her constant drama and emotional instability. We don't want you to come back, Sophia said with devastating clarity during one of these ambush conversations. Our house is happy now, and we don't miss walking on eggshells wondering what mood you'll be in. Grace was equally direct. You chose Dante over us, Mom. You said we were holding you back from your real life. Well, now you have your real life, so leave us alone. Amanda's response to this rejection revealed that she hadn't actually learned anything from her experience with Dante. Instead of accepting responsibility for the damage she'd caused, she tried to guilt-trip our daughters by claiming that real families forgive each other and that their father was poisoning them against her by providing the stability she'd abandoned them to find. I had to threaten legal action to stop her from harassing the girls at school, a conversation that finally seemed to penetrate her delusions about reconciliation. You can't keep me from my own children, she protested. I can if you're disrupting their education and emotional well-being, I replied calmly. The custody agreement gives you specific visitation times. Stick to those or risk losing them entirely. The final attempt at manipulation came through her mother, who called to inform me that Amanda was having a complete breakdown and needed her family's support during this difficult time. When I explained that Amanda had made her choice and would need to live with the consequences, her mother accused me of being heartless and vindictive for not helping her daughter escape an abusive situation. I offered to help her find resources for domestic abuse victims, I told her. I offered to pay for therapy and help her find safe housing. What I won't do is pretend that our marriage can be repaired after everything she put our daughters through. Amanda's fantasy of returning to her former life was crumbling as rapidly as her relationship with Dante, but she refused to accept that some bridges, once burned, cannot be rebuilt regardless of how desperately you want to cross them again. Amanda's world completely collapsed when Dante was arrested for aggravated assault after attacking a bartender at Murphy's with a broken beer bottle, leading police to discover his extensive criminal history including domestic violence charges in 3 other states and an outstanding warrant for theft in Colorado. The local news covered the story because the bartender required 43 stitches and reconstructive surgery, and I learned the full extent of Dante's background when Detective Rodriguez called to inform me that my daughters might need to provide witness statements about their experiences in his apartment. Your ex-wife's boyfriend has been working a pattern for years, the detective explained. He targets divorced women with assets, isolates them from support systems, drains their resources, then moves on when things get too complicated or he faces consequences for his behavior. Amanda found herself homeless and unemployed within a week of Dante's arrest, forced to move in with her elderly parents in their cramped two-bedroom apartment 30 minutes outside the city while facing the crushing reality that her bad boy had been a dangerous criminal who had manipulated and used her with calculated precision. The romantic rebel she'd thought she was saving had actually been a predator who had identified her vulnerabilities and exploited them systematically, leaving her financially ruined and emotionally devastated when his mask finally slipped completely. Both daughters chose to live with me full-time permanently, with Sophia formally requesting through our family lawyer to change her last name back to my family name, and Grace refusing to speak to Amanda entirely during their few remaining supervised visits. "I don't want her last name anymore," Sophia explained to Dr. Martinez during one of our sessions. She gave up the right to be our mom when she picked a criminal over her own family. Grace's position was even more definitive. "She's not my mother. Mothers protect their children. She put us in danger for a guy she barely knew." The supervised visits, mandated by the court after Dante's arrest, raised questions about Amanda's judgment and the children's safety, became increasingly uncomfortable affairs where Amanda would cry and apologize while the girls sat stiffly, offering minimal responses and clearly counting the minutes until they could leave. Meanwhile, my life was flourishing in ways I hadn't expected after spending so many months focused solely on damage control and emotional triage. I earned a promotion to senior engineer with a substantial salary increase after successfully leading a major infrastructure project that came in ahead of schedule and under budget, recognition that felt especially meaningful because it represented my individual worth rather than just being part of a couple. The promotion allowed me to purchase a larger home in a better school district, a 4-bedroom colonial with a finished basement and a backyard large enough for the garden Sophia had started wanting to cultivate and the workshop where Grace and I had begun building furniture together on weekends. Amanda's downward spiral continued as she struggled to find employment while dealing with the legal and financial consequences of her relationship with Dante, who had forged her signature on several loan applications and left her responsible for debts she hadn't authorized. She found part-time work at a convenience store near her parents' apartment, a job that barely covered her share of their household expenses and left her no money for the kind of lifestyle she'd grown accustomed to during our marriage. The woman who had once criticized my career stability and financial planning was learning the harsh reality of minimum wage work without benefits or security, a lesson that came too late to benefit our family but seemed to finally penetrate her delusions about what constituted a meaningful life. The story concludes 18 months after Amanda's departure with me, Sophia, and Grace planning our first international trip to Ireland, using money from the college funds Amanda had left behind when she moved out impulsively with Dante. We spent hours researching castles to visit and traditional foods to try, with both girls excited about experiencing a different culture and creating new family traditions that belonged entirely to us. Amanda, meanwhile, attended court-mandated therapy twice a week and worked evening shifts at the convenience store, finally understanding that she had traded a loving family and financial security for a criminal's manipulation and a minimum wage existence. The irony wasn't lost on me that the woman who had accused me of lacking vision and ambition was now living exactly the kind of small, restricted life she'd claimed to be escaping, while the family she'd abandoned was exploring possibilities she'd never even considered when we were together.
Under anesthesia, my fiancé whispered, "I slept with his best friend. Twice." Her mom was in the room. I was standing 2 feet away. I never thought the quiet beeping of hospital machines would be the soundtrack to my life unraveling. It was supposed to be a routine procedure for Rachel, my fiancé. Nothing life-threatening, just a minor surgery she'd been putting off. I stood by her bed, her mother Linda sitting stiffly in the chair across from me, scrolling her phone like she was trying to disappear into it. The anesthesiologist adjusted the the nurse checked vitals, everything normal. Then Rachel, still half under, mumbled words that froze the air. "I slept with his best friend twice." The words came out slurred, but unmistakable. My chest tightened like someone had dropped a cinder block inside me. I was 2 feet away. Linda's head shot up. Her eyes darted to me, then back to Rachel. The nurse, wide-eyed, tried to look busy with the monitor. The anesthesiologist cleared his throat like he hadn't heard a thing, but everyone had. Everyone. I just stared at Rachel, her lips slack, her face peaceful, No idea of the bomb she'd just dropped. 2 feet away from me, right in front of her own mother. My first instinct was denial. Sedation made people say nonsense, didn't it? But it hadn't sounded random. The phrasing was too precise, too damning. I slept with his best friend twice. The words echoed in my skull. I turned to the anesthesiologist, voice low but sharp. Does that happen? Do people say things they don't mean when they're sedated? He hesitated, adjusting his glasses. Patients can talk under anesthesia, yes. Sometimes it's nonsense. Sometimes it can be truthful. The brain loses its filter. That was the wrong answer. My pulse spiked, heat flooding my face. I looked at Linda. She looked pale, but not shocked enough. Her reaction wasn't of someone blindsided. It was the reaction of someone caught. Her phone slipped in her hand, and she didn't pick it up right away. You knew. I whispered, not caring if the nurse heard. Linda shifted, her lips pressed tight. Peter, this isn't the time. I stepped closer, towering over her chair. Not the time. Your daughter just confessed to sleeping with Kyle. Twice. And you. I stopped myself, realizing I was inches from shouting in a sterile recovery room. The nurse pretended to check a chart, but her ears were red. Linda's eyes darted to Rachel, who was still muttering fragments, nothing coherent. Then back to me. Linda leaned in, her voice like a hiss. Keep your voice down. She's not herself. Not herself. I snapped, still keeping it just under a yell. That was specific. Twice. With my best friend. Her jaw clenched. She looked like she wanted to vanish. You can't take anesthesia talk as gospel. Then why do you look guilty? I shot back. Why do you look like you already knew? Linda flinched, her hands tightening on her purse strap. Because I warned her this would happen, she muttered. I blinked. What? Her eyes widened, realizing she'd said too much. She tried to backpedal, shaking her head. I mean, she talks in her sleep sometimes. I didn't think it was serious. But I knew. That slip was all I needed. She knew. She'd known for a while, and she'd said nothing. Maybe even helped cover it. I stood there, the room suddenly stifling. The beeping of Rachel's heart monitor sounded like a metronome ticking down to an explosion. My fiancée was lying there, spilling secrets under sedation, while her mother tried to run interference. My so-called best friend, Kyle, was somewhere out there, oblivious to the fact his name had just been dragged into the light. I stepped back, breathing hard. I wanted to wake Rachel right then, shake her, demand the truth. But looking at her, her hand limp under the hospital blanket, her face pale, I knew it wouldn't give me answers. Not yet. She wouldn't remember this moment. But I would. Burned into my brain. The nurse glanced at me, cautious. Sir, maybe you should step outside. Patients can say things, it's best not to overthink. I gave a bitter laugh. Not overthink. My fiancée just confessed to screwing my best friend in her sleep. Twice. How exactly do I not overthink that? The nurse looked away, cheeks flushing. She couldn't answer. The anesthesiologist slipped out without a word, clearly not wanting to get dragged in. Linda stood, finally finding her composure. She lowered her voice, but her words were sharp. Peter, if you care about Rachel, you'll keep this to yourself. It was nonsense. Do not humiliate her. Humiliate her. That word. Not clear her name. Not find the truth. Just don't humiliate her. That told me everything. Linda wasn't interested in truth. She was interested in preserving Rachel's image, in keeping me docile. I leaned in, close enough that only she could hear. If she really slept with Kyle, everyone will know. I'll make sure of it. Her eyes went cold. For a second, I saw the mask drop. She wasn't the polite, overbearing mother-in-law to be. She was someone who would bury truth under concrete if it protected her daughter's reputation. Be careful, she whispered. Some things, once exposed, can't be undone. I didn't answer. I turned, grabbed my jacket off the chair, and walked out of that room before I did something stupid. My chest felt like it was splitting open. I walked the sterile halls, each step heavier. People passed by, laughing nurses, a janitor pushing a mop, visitors with balloons and flowers. Normal life carried on, while mine tilted off its axis. In the parking lot, the evening air hit me like a slap. I sat in my car, gripping the wheel until my knuckles went white. The pieces of the puzzle started rearranging in my head. Times Rachel had been at her mom's late. Nights Kyle had bailed on our plans, saying he was busy. A weekend Rachel went to see a cousin, while Kyle was mysteriously out of town too. Little things I brushed off. Now, under the fluorescent hospital light, they looked like neon signs. I unlocked my phone, scrolled through old texts. There it was, a message from Kyle, 3 months ago, canceling a guy's night last minute. Same night Rachel had come home late, claiming her mother had kept her for dinner. My gut twisted. Linda. She had been the alibi. The anger simmered hotter. Not just at Rachel. Not just at Kyle. But at Linda, sitting there in that recovery room, trying to silence me, protect her daughter's lie at the expense of my sanity. She hadn't looked shocked. She'd looked cornered. I started the car, but didn't drive. My mind was already spinning scenarios. Confront Rachel? Too soon. Confront Kyle? He'd deny it, and Rachel would back him up. No, I needed proof. I needed something undeniable. Because if I went in with half-baked accusations, they'd gaslight me, turn it around, make me the paranoid fiancé. So I sat there, headlights washing over the concrete wall, and decided. I wasn't going to storm and swinging. I was going to take my time, collect every piece, make it airtight. If Rachel had really slept with Kyle, if Linda had covered it, then I was going to tear the entire facade down brick by brick. And when I was done, they wouldn't just lose me. They'd lose everything. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I shut my eyes, I heard Rachel's voice under anesthesia, slurred but sharp. I slept with his best friend twice. It didn't matter that she didn't know what she was saying. The words cut through any illusion I had left. By morning, I'd already decided what I had to do. This wasn't about asking for an explanation. Explanations were useless without proof. People lie when confronted. But evidence, that couldn't be twisted. Rachel came home 2 days later, moving slowly from the surgery. I played the attentive fiancé, got her soup, fluffed her pillows, pretended everything was normal. She smiled at me with that soft, trusting look, and I wanted to believe it. But every word she said felt like another layer of paint over rot. I caught myself studying her face when she wasn't looking, wondering how many lies she'd told me in the past year. When she dozed off, I took her phone. Not once had I gone through it before. I wasn't the paranoid type. But now I scrolled. Texts, socials, photos. Nothing obvious, nothing incriminating. Too clean. That alone was suspicious. Rachel wasn't organized. If she'd really risked our relationship, there should have been traces. Unless someone had already wiped them. But I noticed small things. Messages from Kyle months ago about catching up, that cut off abruptly. A Venmo notification buried in her email, labeled for gas. But the amount was way higher than what gas cost. The date lined up with one of her supposed girls' nights. I screenshotted everything, sent it to myself, deleted the history. Then I put the phone back exactly where I found it. The next day, I arranged to meet Kyle for a beer. We hadn't hung out much recently, which in hindsight was another red flag. He greeted me with that fake grin of his, slapped me on the back like nothing was wrong. I forced myself to match his energy, ordered us both drinks, and asked about work. He rambled about some new project, eyes darting everywhere but mine. So I tested him. I said, "Man, Rachel's been acting weird lately. Staying out late. Think she's hiding something." He almost choked on his beer. His eyes widened just for a second before he plastered on a laugh. "Come on, man, you're just nervous about the wedding. Cold feet. Happens to everyone." The deflection was too fast. Too rehearsed. My gut tightened. I pushed a little more. "Yeah, maybe. But sometimes I think she's lying about where she goes. You ever notice that?" Kyle's jaw clenched. He leaned back, shrugged. "Nah, dude. She's loyal. Don't overthink it." His tone was off. Defensive. His hand gripped the glass like it might crack. That's when I knew. He wasn't just covering for Rachel. He was covering for himself. I played it cool, changed the subject, but inside I was boiling. The confirmation wasn't in his words, but in the way his body betrayed him. When I got home, Rachel was in the kitchen, humming while stirring pasta. She looked so normal, so domestic, that for a moment I almost convinced myself I was crazy. But then my phone buzzed, a reminder of the screenshots I'd saved. The Venmo. The odd messages. Kyle's reaction. No, I wasn't crazy. A few nights later, Linda called. Her voice was sharp, urgent. "Peter, I want to remind you. What Rachel said in the hospital doesn't mean anything. You'll ruin everything if you fixate on it. Please, just focus on the wedding." Her tone wasn't pleading. It was commanding, like she was issuing an order. That was all the proof I needed that she was in on the lie. No mother pushes that hard unless she's desperate to bury something. I didn't argue. I let her talk, nodded into the phone. But after we hung up, I wrote everything down. Dates, times, Linda's calls, Kyle's slip, Rachel's alibis. I wasn't just hunting for truth anymore. I was building a case. The breakthrough came from something small. One evening, Rachel said she was going to bed early. I flipped on the TV after she left, scrolling through apps, when I noticed something. The Netflix account. Kyle had his own profile. We'd shared accounts back when we were roommates years ago. I clicked it out of habit. There it was. A recently watched movie, late night timestamp. The same night Rachel had supposedly been homesick. I checked a few more. The patterns lined up with her supposed absences. They'd been streaming together, probably using his account. Careless. That was the first real piece of evidence. Not just suspicion. A timeline. I needed more. So I set a trap. I told Rachel I had to leave town for 2 nights for a work trip. I packed a bag, kissed her on the cheek, and drove off like I was heading to the airport. Instead, I parked my car in a friend's driveway across town, grabbed a motel room, and waited. The first night, nothing. Rachel texted me photos of takeout containers and a blanket on the couch, acting perfectly innocent. But on the second night, her story cracked. She said she was at her mom's, helping with groceries. But when I drove past Linda's house, her car wasn't there. Linda's porch light was off. I followed the trail. Half an hour later, I spotted Rachel's car parked 2 blocks from Kyle's apartment. She thought she was clever, not pulling right up front. But I knew her car. I knew the dent on the back bumper. I parked down the street, waited. An hour passed. Then the building door opened. Rachel slipped out, hood up, glancing around like a thief. Kyle stepped out a moment later, laughing at something she'd said. He kissed her quickly before she hurried to her car. It wasn't just suspicion anymore. It was truth. The anesthesia hadn't lied. The words she'd blurted out weren't random. She had slept with Kyle. And by the looks of it, it wasn't just twice. I gripped the wheel so tight I thought it would snap. My first instinct was to get out, scream, drag Kyle into the street, and beat him bloody. But that would give them control. They'd spin it, call me violent, unstable. No, I couldn't give them that. Instead, I drove back to the motel, my heart hammering. I wrote everything down again, every detail, every timestamp. The confession, Linda's slip, Kyle's reaction, the Netflix account, the motel sighting. This wasn't about catching them anymore. This was about making sure when the truth came out, no one could deny it. The next morning, I played it calm. I texted Rachel good morning, asked if she'd slept well. She said yes, smiled through her words like nothing was wrong. I made breakfast when I got home, kissed her on the forehead, acted like the perfect fiancé. Inside, though, I was already planning the next step. If Rachel and Kyle thought they could play me for a fool, they had no idea who they were dealing with. The morning after I watched Rachel slip out of Kyle's apartment, the world felt different. Every smile, every touch from her was hollow. She kissed me in the kitchen, thanked me for breakfast, and all I could see was her hood pulled low, her lips brushing against Kyle's outside his building. It wasn't just betrayal anymore. It was the calm way she looked at me like nothing was wrong. Like I was the fool she could keep playing. I kept my mask on. For days, I stayed quiet, collected data. I pulled bank records. Found a withdrawal from our joint account on a weekend she swore she was with her cousin. I traced it to a boutique hotel just outside town. Checked my calendar. That was the same weekend Kyle had gone camping. The pieces locked together like teeth on a gear. But still, I didn't move. I wanted more than just my own word against theirs. That's when Maddie came into the picture. I hadn't thought about her much. Kyle had mentioned her casually a few months back, saying she was too clingy. We'd never really hung out as couples. He'd kept her at a distance from our circle, which made sense now. He couldn't risk overlap. But when I spotted her at the grocery store one evening, alone, she looked wrecked. Her eyes red, hands trembling as she bagged her things. I almost walked past. Then I stopped. Something in me snapped. I introduced myself, keeping my tone casual, like a friend of Kyle's being polite. She recognized my name immediately. Her face tightened. "You're Peter," she said flatly. "Rachel's fiancé." I nodded, waited. She didn't say more, just clenched her jaw. I leaned closer, lowered my voice. "Has Kyle been acting strange with you?" Her eyes flickered, searching my face. Suspicion, fear, curiosity. She hesitated, then blurted, "He disappears. Lies about where he is. And last week, I saw a charge from a restaurant he swore he never went to. He was there with someone." The air between us thickened. She wanted to say it but couldn't. I made it easy. "Rachel." Her face crumbled. Just like that, I knew she hadn't been told. She hadn't suspected the exact truth until now. Tears welled, but she blinked them back. "Tell me everything." We sat in my car in the parking lot, two betrayed people piecing together scraps. I told her about the anesthesia confession, the hospital, Linda's reaction, the motel stakeout, the receipts. She told me about the nights he vanished, the money he took from her for bills that never made sense, the excuses about working late. It lined up too perfectly. Kyle hadn't just betrayed me. He'd bled Maddie dry, emotionally and financially. We made a pact right there. No more being victims. We'd expose them together. The next step was riskier. Maddie still had access to Kyle's apartment. She knew his passcode, had a spare key he didn't know she still kept. She offered to go in, check his devices. My gut told me it was dangerous, but she was determined. 2 days later, she called me, breathless. "You were right," she said. "There are photos, messages. He kept it all." She sent me screenshots. Rachel and Kyle together on his couch, timestamps clear. Messages arranging meetups, Rachel's initials in the chat. Even one where she joked about Peter never suspecting a thing. The rage that hit me was volcanic. It took everything not to drive straight to Kyle's job and put him through a wall. But I didn't. I forced myself to breathe. Evidence was power. Rage was weakness. That night, Linda called again. She always called at the worst moments, like she could sense when my anger peaked. Peter, she said smoothly, I know you're still bothered. But Rachel needs you. Don't dig into things that don't matter. You'll only hurt her. The audacity made me laugh, a dry, bitter sound. So you admit there are things to dig into? Silence. Then, too quickly, I didn't say that. I pressed harder. You've covered for her before. You lied to me about dinners, errands. Don't bother denying it. Her voice dropped, sharp as glass. Do not destroy my daughter's future over a mistake. Mistake. That word again. Like cheating twice with my best friend was the same as forgetting an anniversary. I snapped. You knew. You've known for months. You let me walk into this wedding blind. Her mask cracked. She sighed, tired, annoyed. I warned her to stop, but she insisted it was nothing serious. Just foolishness. She swore she'd settle down once the wedding was over. I believed her. You should too. Her calmness chilled me more than rage ever could. She wasn't denying it anymore. She was rationalizing it. In her mind, my pain didn't matter. My dignity didn't matter. As long as Rachel made it to the altar, everything was fine. I hung up without another word. The walls were closing in. Rachel's lies. Kyle's betrayal. Linda's complicity. Maddie's heartbreak. I wasn't just fighting one enemy. It was all of them. But now, I had something they didn't know I had. Proof. Screenshots. Photos. Messages. And Maddie as an ally. We met again in secret, mapped out a plan. We can't just confront them one by one, she said. They'll twist it, gaslight, cover. We need everyone to see it once. No escape. She was right. If I exposed Rachel privately, Linda would spin it. If I went at Kyle alone, he'd deny everything. No, it had to be public. A setting they couldn't wriggle out of. The rehearsal dinner. Everyone important in one room. Family, friends, both sides watching. Perfect. We prepared carefully. Maddie compiled Kyle's messages. I organized Rachel's timelines, the receipts, the Venmo, the Netflix logs. We even had Linda on tape. I'd recorded our last call. Her saying she'd warned Rachel, calling it foolishness. That was the nail in the coffin. But even with all of this, I didn't sleep easy. Because I knew how slippery they were. Rachel with her practiced innocence. Kyle with his smirking charm. Linda with her manipulations. They wouldn't go down without a fight. One more piece fell into place the night before the dinner. I checked our wedding account online, routine habit. That's when I saw it. A transfer request, pending approval, for several $1,000s. Destination? An account with Kyle's name. My blood ran cold. Rachel was funneling money straight to him. I screenshotted it instantly. This wasn't just cheating anymore. This was theft. Betrayal at every level. I sat back, staring at the screen. The plan for the dinner wasn't just about betrayal anymore. It was about showing everyone the rot that had spread through this entire engagement. The lies, the manipulation, the money. The thought almost made me smile. For months they'd treated me like a fool, like someone too blind to see what was happening under his nose. But tomorrow night, I'd show them just how wrong they were. And when I did, they wouldn't just lose me. They'd lose each other. The night of the rehearsal dinner, I walked in calm. Too calm. My suit pressed, tie neat, every step measured. No one in the room suspected what was coming. They laughed, clinked glasses, rehearsed toasts. Rachel floated around in her white dress, glowing, pretending she was the perfect bride-to-be. Kyle sat at the bar, drink in hand, smirk plastered on his face. Linda was orchestrating everything like a general, making sure the evening looked flawless. They thought I was the fool. I let it play out for 20 minutes. Toasts, small talk, forced laughter. My hands didn't shake. I felt like a surgeon preparing for a cut. Maddie slipped in quietly halfway through, sat near the back. No one noticed her, not yet. When the chatter died down for the main toast, I stood. Rachel beamed at me, expecting something romantic, maybe a speech about her love. Instead, I pulled my phone from my pocket, connected it to the small speaker system. Before I say anything, I began, I think everyone deserves to hear a few things. Confusion rippled across the tables. Rachel tilted her head, smiling nervously. Linda's smile froze. I pressed play. Rachel's voice, slurred but clear, filled the room. I slept with his best friend twice. The room went silent. Chairs scraped. A fork clinked against a glass and stayed there. Rachel's face drained of color. That's not, she started, but I cut her off. Maybe you'll say anesthesia makes people talk nonsense. So let's listen to something else. I tapped again. Linda's voice came through, sharp, recorded from our call. I warned her to stop, but she insisted it was nothing serious. Just foolishness. She swore she'd settle down once the wedding was over. Gasps rippled. Heads turned. Rachel's father's face hardened, eyes snapping to Linda. Rachel stammered, reaching for me. Peter, please, don't. I pulled my phone back, opened the gallery, and mirrored the screen to the TV. Photos. Screenshots. Rachel in Kyle's apartment. Texts arranging meetings. Messages about me being clueless. And then the bank transfer request. Thousands of dollars from our wedding account to Kyle. Explain this, I said flatly, holding the phone up so everyone could see. Kyle stood, red-faced. This is out of context. Maddie's voice cut through the air, cold and sharp. No, it's not. Heads turned as she rose from her seat, stepping forward. She held up her own phone. I'm Maddie, Kyle's girlfriend. Or at least I was. Here are the rest of the messages. Him promising to pay me back with the money he was siphoning from Peter and Rachel's account. The room erupted. Shouts, gasps, disbelief. Rachel lunged toward me, tears streaming now. Please, Peter, let me explain. I stepped back, away from her grasp. Explain what? That you stole from me to fund your affair? That your mother lied to my face to protect you? That Kyle, my best friend, laughed about this behind my back. Her sobs filled the silence. Linda tried to regain control, standing tall, voice firm. Everyone calm down. This is a private matter. No. I snapped, louder than I'd ever spoken in that family's presence. This is public, because you made it public the moment you covered for her. The moment you decided my dignity was less important than your daughter's reputation. Rachel's father slammed his hand on the table. Is this true? He barked at Linda. She faltered. For the first time, she had no polished words. Her silence was answer enough. Kyle tried to slip out, but Maddie intercepted him, shoving her phone into his chest. You took my money, my time, my trust. You don't get to walk away like nothing happened. The chaos reached its peak. Rachel collapsed into a chair, sobbing, mascara streaking down her face. Linda stood frozen, exposed. Kyle sputtered excuses no one believed. And me? I felt nothing but clarity. I turned to the crowd. Family, friends, people who had supported us, invested in us. There will be no wedding, I said calmly. The venue is canceled. The accounts are frozen. The ring is hers to keep, as a reminder of what she destroyed. Gasps again. Rachel cried harder. Peter, please, don't do this. I ignored her. If anyone here doubts what I've shown, I have copies, screenshots, transfers, recordings. I'll share them gladly. This is not slander. This is fact. Silence followed. Heavy, suffocating. The image of Rachel kissing Kyle on his couch still hung on the TV screen. I slipped my phone back into my pocket, adjusted my jacket, and walked out. No one stopped me. Not one. The aftermath was swift and brutal. Rachel tried calling me dozens of times over the next week. Voicemails filled with sobs, apologies, promises it meant nothing, that she'd make it right. I didn't answer a single one. Linda showed up at my apartment once, banging on the door, demanding I fix this mess before it ruined Rachel's life. I recorded her rant, then told her calmly through the door that if she didn't leave, I'd call the police. She left, seething. Rachel's father reached out privately. He apologized, not for Rachel, but for himself, for letting Linda control everything. He confessed he hadn't known about the affair, but the bank transfer had broken his trust completely. He cut Rachel off financially. Kyle lost everything in 1 week. Maddie left him, exposed him to his employer with proof of his financial deceit, and he was fired. Friends cut him out. He texted me once, begging for forgiveness, claiming Rachel had seduced him. I blocked him. Rachel moved back in with Linda, her reputation shredded. Everyone in her social circle knew the story. Not because I spread it, but because the people at that dinner did. Word travels fast when betrayal is that ugly. As for me, I didn't feel victorious. Just clean. Like I'd finally scrubbed poison from my life. The wedding was gone, but so was the rot that had infected every corner of it. Sometimes I replay that moment in the hospital. Her voice, under anesthesia, whispering the truth she never meant to reveal. A slip of the tongue that burned her whole house down. And I think, maybe that was the most honest thing she ever gave me.